Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. Rain tapped against the window panes of 221B Baker Street with a gentle, persistent rhythm. The droplets slid down the glass in meandering paths, distorting the view of the gaslit London street below. Inside, the crackling fire cast dancing shadows across the worn carpet, its warmth a stark contrast to the chill that had settled over the city for days. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite chair, long fingers steepled beneath his chin, while a curious pattern of chalk marks on the lamppost outside had caught his attention just before the downpour began in earnest. The scent of pipe tobacco mingled with the earthy aroma of rain that somehow found its way inside, creating that peculiar fragrance that belongs only to autumn evenings in London. Dr. John Watson looked up from his notebook, where he had been cataloguing their most recent case, a rather mundane affair involving a missing canary that had somehow found its way into the chimney of a neighbouring house. He breathed deeply, savouring the complex bouquet of scents that spoke of the home and comfort. "Curious," Holmes murmured, his gaze still fixed on the window. "Those chalk marks weren't there this morning." And so began another evening at Baker Street, where even the smallest observation could unfurl into something worth pondering, though not always worth solving. But it was precisely these small mysteries that made life in the company of Sherlock Holmes so endlessly fascinating. Even when nothing of consequence was happening in the great metropolis outside, the mind of the world's only consulting detective never truly rested. London, in the 1890s, was a city of contrasts, a place where gaslight and electric bulbs competed for dominance, where horse-drawn carriages splashed through puddles alongside the occasional motor car, and where the greatest wealth in the empire existed mere streets away from the most grinding poverty. It was a London of fog and rain, of chimney smoke and coal dust, of propriety and secrets, and on this particular evening it was London thoroughly drenched, as if the heavens themselves had decided that the city needed a good long wash. 3 days now, Watson remarked, closing his notebook and setting it aside. "I don't recall a rainstorm lasting quite so long since that dreadful week in '87. Holmes hummed in acknowledgement, but didn't shift his gaze from the window. The rain traced silvery paths down the glass, transforming the ordinary view into something almost magical. Each droplet caught the glow of the street lamps, becoming for a brief moment a tiny luminous jewel before continuing its journey downward. "The Baker Street irregulars will be thoroughly soaked," Watson continued, referring to the band of street urchins Holmes occasionally employed as his eyes and ears throughout the city. "I do hope they found someplace dry. Wiggins is resourceful," Holmes replied, finally turning away from the window. "He'll have seen to it that they're all sheltered somewhere. Perhaps in that abandoned warehouse near the docks, the one with the partial roof but dry corners. They've used it before." The fire popped and hissed as a droplet of rain found its way down the chimney, a small reminder that even here in their sanctuary the outside world could still make itself known. Holmes reached for his pipe, which had gone cold, and began the methodical process of refilling it. His long nimble fingers worked with practiced precision, tamping down the tobacco with just the right pressure. Watson watched his friend with a familiar fondness. After so many years of shared lodgings, shared adventures, and shared silences, he had come to appreciate these quiet evenings almost as much as their more exciting exploits. There was a comfortable rhythm to their life together, punctuated by cases that ranged from the mundane to the extraordinary, but always returning to this: the fire, the pipe, the rain, and the unspoken companionship that had become the foundation of his life since returning wounded from Afghanistan. "Mrs. Hudson outdid herself with dinner," Watson said, patting his stomach with satisfaction. though I suspect she might have been trying to make up for that disastrous attempt at a French dish last week. Holmes chuckled, a rare sound that Watson always treasured. Indeed. I believe our good landlady is better suited to the hearty fare of her Scottish upbringing than the delicate intricacies of Parisian cuisine. Nevertheless, I wouldn't trade her cooking for all the fine restaurants in London, Watson declared, sinking deeper into his armchair, especially not on a night like this. The rain seemed to intensify at that moment, as if in agreement, drumming against the roof and windows with renewed vigour. Somewhere in the distance thunder rolled, a low, grumbling sound that seemed to echo the contentment in Watson's own chest. Holmes lit his pipe with a match, the brief flare illuminating his sharp features before settling into the steady glow of burning tobacco. He drew on it thoughtfully, sending a wreath of blue-grey smoke toward the ceiling, where it danced and curled like a living thing before dissipating into the shadows. "Those chalk marks," he said suddenly, returning to his earlier observation. 4 vertical lines, then a diagonal slash through them, not unlike a tally mark, but with an unusual addition. Watson rose from his chair and joined Holmes at the window, peering out into the rain-slicked street. The chalk marks were still visible on the lamppost directly across from their lodgings, though the rain had begun to blur their edges, giving them a ghostly appearance. "Could be children," Watson suggested. "A game of some sort." "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. But why that specific lamppost? And why during a rainstorm, when the marks would surely be washed away before long? Watson smiled at his friend's inability to let even the smallest puzzle go unsolved. "Not every mystery requires your considerable talents, Holmes. Sometimes a chalk mark is just a chalk mark." "And sometimes, Watson," Holmes replied with a gleam in his eye, "the most innocuous details are precisely the ones that reveal the whole picture." The two men stood side by side at the window, watching the rain transform London into a watercolour painting, all soft edges and blurred boundaries. The few pedestrians who braved the weather hurried past with umbrellas clutched tightly, their footsteps sending up small splashes that caught the gaslight in brief glittering arcs. A hansom cab clattered by, its driver hunched against the weather, the horse's hooves creating rhythmic splashes in the growing puddles. London in the rain had its own peculiar beauty, a subdued, secretive quality that suited the city's character. The dampness softened the usual sounds, muffling the constant background noise of commerce and conveyance. It was as if the entire metropolis had donned a veil, showing only glimpses of its true nature through the shifting curtain of falling water. Holmes returned to his chair, sinking into it with the fluid grace that characterized all his movements. He drew on his pipe, creating another cloud of fragrant smoke. "Did I ever tell you about the case of the chalk circle, Watson? It was before your time, before we met, in fact." Watson settled back into his own chair, always eager for a tale from Holmes's early career. "I don't believe you have. It was one of my first cases after establishing myself as a consulting detective," Holmes began, his voice taking on that particular cadence that Watson had come to recognise as his storytelling mode. "A series of burglaries in Kensington, all preceded by a simple chalk circle drawn on the front step of the targeted house. Outside, the rain continued its steady percussion against the windows, providing a soothing backdrop to Holmes's narrative. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting the room in a warm, amber light that seemed to hold the chill of the London evening at bay. "The police were baffled, of course," Holmes continued. "Inspector Gregson, you've met him, a rather pompous fellow with a surprising aptitude for his profession, had attributed the marks to street vendors or possibly children. But I noticed that the circles appeared only the night before a house was robbed, never earlier, never later." Watson nodded, already engrossed in the tale. "A signal to accomplices, then?" "Precisely," Holmes affirmed, pointing his pipe stem at Watson in approval. "A simple mark, easily overlooked or dismissed, that told the burglars which house had been properly scouted and was ready for their attention. And you caught them, I presume?" "Naturally," Holmes said with a small satisfied smile. "A stakeout of 3 consecutive nights. during which I observed a rather unremarkable-looking man methodically checking houses before marking one with his chalk. He led me straight to the entire gang, 4 men who had been terrorising the neighbourhood for months. The story settled between them comfortably, another thread in the tapestry of their shared experiences. Watson could almost picture the younger Holmes, perhaps less weathered, but no less keen, patiently tracking his quarry through the London streets. "So you see, Watson," Holmes concluded, "even the simplest mark can have significance." "Are you suggesting that our lamppost decorator is signalling for a burglary?" Watson asked, glancing back toward the window with renewed interest. Holmes shrugged, a casual gesture that belied the analytical mind still working beneath the surface. "I suggest nothing without sufficient data, merely that your theory of playing children may be correct, but it is not the only possibility." The warm, drowsy atmosphere of the room, combined with the hypnotic sound of the rain, was beginning to have its effect on Watson. He stifled a yawn behind his hand, then checked his pocket watch. Not terribly late, but the day had been long, filled with patients suffering from the inevitable colds and rheumatism that accompanied the damp weather. "I think perhaps I shall retire soon," Watson said, though he made no immediate move to leave the comfort of his chair. "If the rain continues tomorrow, I expect another busy day at practice." Holmes nodded absently, his mind clearly still occupied with the chalk marks. "Before you go, would you hand me that volume on criminal methodologies? The green one, 3rd shelf." Watson rose and retrieved the requested book, familiar with Holmes's tendency to research even the most trivial matters with thorough dedication. As he passed it to his friend, a particularly loud clap of thunder sounded, much closer than before, causing both men to look up. "The storm is moving closer," Watson observed. "I do hope it breaks by morning." "Unlikely," Holmes replied, already leafing through the book. "The barometric pressure suggests we're in for at least another day of this." "Perhaps longer." Another crash of thunder punctuated his statement, followed almost immediately by a flash of lightning that briefly illuminated the room in stark white light. In that instant, both men caught sight of a figure hurrying along Baker Street, collar turned up against the rain, head bowed beneath a sodden bowler hat. "That looks remarkably like Inspector Lestrade," Holmes said, setting his book aside and moving back to the window. Watson joined him once more, peering through the rain-streaked glass. "Indeed it does. Whatever brings him out on such a night must be urgent." They watched as the figure paused beneath their window, looking up at the illuminated panes before apparently making a decision. A moment later the downstairs bell rang, the sound barely audible over the storm but unmistakable nonetheless. "It seems we may have a case after all, Watson," Holmes said, a note of anticipation creeping into his voice. "And on such an inhospitable evening." They heard Mrs. Hudson's footsteps in the hall below, followed by the sound of the front door opening and a brief exchange of voices. Then came more footsteps on the stairs, heavier this time, accompanied by the unmistakable squelching of thoroughly wet boots. Holmes quickly tidied the scattered newspapers from the settee, clearing a space for their unexpected visitor. Watson, anticipating the inspector's condition, moved to pour a generous measure of brandy. Both actions were performed with the unspoken coordination that came from years of partnership. A knock at their door, firm but not urgent, confirmed their suspicions. "Come in, Lestrade," Holmes called, already facing the door with an expression of polite inquiry. The door opened to reveal Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, looking rather like a drowned rat. Water dripped from his coat onto the landing, and his moustache sagged with moisture. Despite his bedraggled appearance, he maintained the dignified bearing that characterised his professional demeanour. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he greeted them, removing his sodden bowler and holding it awkwardly. "I apologise for the late intrusion." "Nonsense," Watson said warmly, approaching with a glass of brandy. "You're always welcome, and on a night like this you're doubly so. Here, drink this, and warm yourself by the fire." Lestrade accepted the brandy with a grateful nod, taking a substantial swallow before allowing Holmes to help him out of his dripping coat. The inspector's clothes beneath were relatively dry, protected by the heavy overcoat, but his trousers from the knee down were soaked through. "Sit, sit," Holmes urged, guiding him to the settee nearest the fire. "Mrs. Hudson will be up shortly with tea, I'm sure. She has a sixth sense about visitors." As if summoned by his words, there came another knock, and Mrs. Hudson entered bearing a tray with a steaming teapot and 3 cups. "I thought the inspector might appreciate something hot," she said, setting the tray on the side table. "And I've put some towels to warm the kitchen fire for his boots and stockings." "You're an angel, Mrs. Hudson," Lestrade said fervently, taking another sip of his brandy. The colour was already returning to his wind-chapped cheeks, aided by the dual warmth of the alcohol and the fire. "Will you be needing anything else, gentlemen?" Mrs. Hudson asked, looking primarily at Holmes with the long-suffering expression of one who had often been called upon at all hours for the most unusual requests. "Not at present, thank you," Holmes assured her, "though perhaps some of your excellent shortbread wouldn't go amiss if you have any." Mrs. Hudson nodded and departed, leaving the 3 men alone in the cosy sitting room. The rain continued its steady percussion against the windows, but now it seemed more like a reminder of the comfort within rather than the discomfort without. "Now, Lestrade," Holmes said, seating himself opposite the inspector, "what brings you to Baker Street on such an inclement evening?" "It must be a matter of some importance to draw you out in this deluge." Lestrade fidgeted slightly, a gesture Watson had observed many times when the inspector was embarrassed. "Well, Mr. Holmes, that's just it. It's not a professional matter at all, I'm afraid." Holmes raised an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. "No? Then a personal concern brings you to us." "Not exactly that either," Lestrade admitted, looking somewhat sheepish as he held his hands toward the fire. "The truth is, Mr. Holmes, I was assigned to a stakeout tonight. A warehouse near the river where we suspect stolen goods are being temporarily housed. But in this weather," he gestured helplessly toward the window. "You abandoned your post," Holmes finished for him, though without judgment in his tone. "Not abandoned," Lestrade protested. "Merely relocated temporarily. I've left Constable Parker watching from the public house across the street. He'll signal me if there's any activity. But sitting for hours in a doorway in this downpour seemed an exercise in futility, and a certain route to pneumonia." Watson chuckled sympathetically. "A wise decision, I'd say. As a medical man, I can assure you that pneumonia would do little to advance the cause of justice." Lestrade looked grateful for the support. "That was my thinking, Doctor. And since I was relatively near Baker Street, well..." He spread his hands in a gesture that encompassed the warm room. "I thought perhaps you gentlemen wouldn't mind some company on such a dreary evening." "Mind? Not at all," Holmes said, leaning back in his chair with an air of amusement. "In fact, your arrival is most fortuitous. Watson and I were just discussing a curious occurrence, some chalk marks that have appeared on the lamppost outside." Lestrade's expression changed subtly, his professional interest clearly aroused despite his earlier disclaimer. "Chalk marks, you say?" "What sort of marks?" Holmes described them again, the 4 vertical lines crossed by a diagonal slash, while Watson poured tea for all 3 of them. The hot liquid sent up wisps of steam that caught the firelight, adding to the cosy atmosphere of the room. "That's odd," Lestrade said, frowning thoughtfully as he accepted his cup. "I noticed similar marks on a lamppost near the warehouse I was watching. I didn't think much of it at the time, what with the rain and all." Holmes sat up straighter, his eyes brightening with that familiar spark that Watson knew so well. "Indeed. The same pattern, 4 lines with a diagonal slash." "Well, I didn't study them closely," Lestrade admitted, "but yes, it seemed similar from what I recall." The 3 men fell silent for a moment, each contemplating this new information in his own way. Outside, the storm continued unabated, wrapping around their small haven of warmth and light with its wild, wet embrace. The rain tapped against the windows with varying intensity, sometimes slackening to a gentle patter, other times strengthening to a driving sheet that obscured the view entirely. Mrs. Hudson returned with a plate of shortbread, which she set down before quietly withdrawing. The buttery, sweet aroma added another layer of comfort to the room, and Watson found himself thinking that, strange chalk marks notwithstanding, there were far worse ways to spend a rainy evening than in the company of friends with good tea, shortbread, and the prospect of a minor mystery to untangle. Lestrade helped himself to a piece of shortbread, sighing with appreciation as he bit into it. "Mrs. Hudson's baking is legendary among the yard, you know," he said after swallowing. "Gregson is positively envious whenever I mention being invited for tea." "Perhaps we should invite him next time," Watson suggested, though the gleam in his eye suggested he was well aware of the professional rivalry between the two inspectors. "Oh, I don't think that's necessary," Lestrade replied quickly, reaching for another piece of shortbread as if to secure his advantage. No need to disturb his important work. Holmes, who had been staring into the fire with that distant expression that indicated deep thought, suddenly spoke. "These chalk marks. Lestrade, you say you saw them near the warehouse you were watching, and we've observed them here on Baker Street, I wonder." He rose abruptly and crossed to his desk, where he began rummaging through a stack of newspapers. Finding the one he wanted, he spread it open on the desk and bent over it, scanning the pages with intense concentration. "What is it, Holmes?" Watson asked, familiar with his friend's sometimes abrupt shifts when an idea struck him. "I recall reading something—" "Yes, here it is." Holmes straightened, holding the newspaper. A small item in yesterday's evening edition. Reports of chalk marks appearing on lampposts and doorways throughout several neighbourhoods. The article dismisses them as the work of pranksters, or possibly a new form of street art, but given what we now know— "You think they might be significant after all?" Watson prompted when Holmes trailed off. "It's a possibility that cannot be dismissed," Holmes replied, returning to his seat with the newspaper. 3 separate locations now: Baker Street, the Riverside Warehouse District, and according to this article, portions of Mayfair and Bloomsbury as well. Lestrade frowned, his policeman's instinct clearly engaged despite his earlier claim that he was visiting, purely for social reasons. Could be a signal of some kind, like in your chalk circle case. Or it could still be children playing some new game, Watson pointed out, ever the voice of practical possibility. The marks do have a certain systematic quality that suggests a counting game or something similar. Both possibilities remain open, Holmes agreed, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in his characteristic thinking pose. What we lack is sufficient data to draw a conclusion. A particularly loud clap of thunder startled them all, followed almost immediately by a brilliant flash of lightning that illuminated the room as bright as day for a split second. The storm was directly overhead now, its full fury unleashed upon London. "I certainly won't be gathering any additional data tonight," Lestrade said ruefully, glancing toward the windows. "Not in that." "Nor would it be advisable to try," Holmes agreed, his expression softening into one of rare companionability. "No, Inspector. I think this evening is best spent exactly as we're doing, in comfort and conversation, while the elements rage outside." Watson smiled, recognising this as Holmes's way of telling Lestrade that his impromptu social call was genuinely welcome. For all his detachment and occasional aloofness, Holmes had a deeper appreciation for companionship than many realised, though he would rarely admit to it directly. "Another cup of tea, Inspector?" Watson offered, already reaching for the pot. "Thank you, Doctor," Lestrade replied, settling more comfortably into the settee. "And perhaps you might share one of your accounts of Mr. Holmes's cases. I've been following your publications in the Strand with great interest." "Oh, has he now?" Holmes said with a mock grimace. "Feeding the public's appetite for sensation and melodrama, Watson." "Documenting your brilliance for posterity, Holmes," Watson countered smoothly, well accustomed to his friend's pretended disdain for his literary efforts. As Watson began to relate one of their less publicised adventures, the 3 men settled into a comfortable tableau, Lestrade attentive and occasionally reaching for more shortbread, Holmes pretending disinterest but occasionally correcting a detail, and Watson himself enjoying the role of storyteller. Outside, the rain continued its steady music against the windows, but within 221B Baker Street, all was warmth, light, and the simple pleasure of friendship on a stormy night. The chalk marks on the lamppost would still be there tomorrow, perhaps, and whatever mystery they might represent could wait for a drier day. For now, it was enough to be sheltered from the shadows in the rain, cocooned in the comfort of companionship and the reassuring routines of tea, tales, and quiet conversation as the night drew on. The rain continued its persistent drumming against the windows as Watson concluded his tale of the adventure of the Copper Beeches, a case which had taken them to Hampshire the previous spring. Lestrade had listened with rapt attention, occasionally interrupting with questions that revealed his keen professional interest, despite his claims of an informal visit. "Remarkable," the inspector said, shaking his head in admiration. "Though I must say, Mr. Holmes, your clients do seem to find themselves in the most extraordinary circumstances." Holmes, who had been absently plucking at his violin without actually playing it, looked up with a wry smile. "People rarely consult me over the ordinary, Lestrade. It's the unusual, the perplexing, and the apparently inexplicable that bring them to Baker Street." The firelight caught the angles of his sharp features, softening them somewhat as he set the violin aside and reached for his pipe once more. The room had grown increasingly comfortable as the evening wore on, developing that particular atmosphere that belongs only to spaces where good company and conversation have flourished. The air was rich with the mingled scents of tobacco, tea, and the lingering buttery aroma of Mrs. Hudson's shortbread, all underscored by the faint, pleasant mustiness of old books and the subtle tang of chemical experiments from Holmes's corner table. "Speaking of the unusual," Watson said, circling back to their earlier discussion, "these chalk marks that seem to be appearing across London, have there been any official reports made to the Yard?" Lestrade frowned thoughtfully, running a finger along his now dry moustache. "Nothing formal that I'm aware of, though there was some chatter in the duty room yesterday about strange markings appearing in Covent Garden. I paid it little mind at the time. We have more pressing matters than chalk drawings to occupy us, such as your warehouse stakeout," Holmes suggested with a hint of mischief in his voice. "Precisely," Lestrade affirmed, either missing or choosing to ignore Holmes's gentle teasing. "We've had reliable information that stolen goods from the Hatton Garden jewellery heist last month are being temporarily stored there before being moved abroad." Holmes's expression sharpened with interest. "The Hatton Garden case? I've been following the reports in the papers. Rather clever work, I thought. The way they diverted the night watchman with a false alarm at the other end of the street." "Clever indeed," Lestrade agreed grimly. "Too clever for common thieves, which is why we suspect organised involvement. The value of the stolen items is estimated at over £30,000, Watson whistled softly. "A considerable sum. Hence my assignment to the stakeout," Lestrade continued, glancing somewhat guiltily toward the window where the rain still lashed against the glass. "Though in this weather, I doubt our culprits will be making any moves tonight." As if to emphasise his point, a fresh barrage of raindrops pelted the window, driven sideways by a gust of wind that moaned softly around the eaves of the building. The storm showed no signs of abating. If anything, it seemed to be gathering strength as the night deepened. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation, and Mrs. Hudson entered bearing a fresh pot of tea, and to everyone's delight, a plate of cold meat, cheese, and bread. "I thought you gentlemen might appreciate something more substantial," she explained as she set the tray down. "Especially you, Inspector. You must be chilled to the bone after being out in that dreadful weather." "You're too kind, Mrs. Hudson," Lestrade said, with genuine appreciation, eyeing the food with undisguised eagerness. "Not at all," she replied, adjusting the arrangement on the tray with practised efficiency. "Though I do wonder about the wisdom of Scotland Yard sending its inspectors out on nights fit for neither man nor beast." There was a note of gentle reproach in her voice that made Lestrade flush slightly. Watson suppressed a smile, familiar with their landlady's tendency to mother anyone who crossed her threshold, a tendency that extended even to representatives of official authority. "The pursuit of justice waits for no weather, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes interjected smoothly, coming to Lestrade's rescue. "Though in this instance, I believe the inspector has made the sensible decision to pursue it from a position of greater comfort and strategic advantage." Mrs. Hudson seemed mollified by this explanation. "Well, at least you're dry now. I've left more towels warming by the kitchen fire for when the inspector is ready to depart. Though if this rain continues, Mr. Holmes, perhaps we should prepare the spare room." Holmes glanced at Lestrade, one eyebrow raised in inquiry. The inspector looked momentarily torn between the professional obligation to return to his post and the undeniable appeal of a warm, dry bed for the night. "That's very thoughtful," Lestrade said diplomatically, "but I should return to check on Constable Parker eventually." Though perhaps not for another hour or so, he added, casting another glance toward the streaming windows. As you wish, Mrs. Hudson said, making her way to the door. Ring if you need anything more. After she had gone, the three men turned their attention to the food with appreciative murmurs. The simple fare was exactly what was called for on such a night. Hearty, satisfying, and warming. They ate in companionable silence for a few minutes. The only sounds the clink of cutlery, the crackle of the fire, and the unceasing patter of rain outside. I've been thinking about these chalk marks, Holmes said suddenly, setting down his plate and wiping his fingers on a napkin. The pattern you described seeing near the warehouse, Lestrade, was it on a lamp-post like the one outside our window? Lestrade nodded, swallowing a mouthful of bread and cheese before answering. Yes, the same sort of cast-iron post, though now that I consider it more carefully, I believe there were actually multiple marks on different sides of the post. Interesting, Holmes murmured, his keen eyes narrowing slightly. And the marks mentioned in the newspaper report, the ones in Mayfair and Bloomsbury, did the article specify where exactly they were found? Watson, who had been leafing through the newspaper Holmes had retrieved earlier, looked up. It says here only that they were found on various street fixtures, though it does mention a lamppost specifically among them. Holmes rose from his chair and began to pace slowly around the room, his hands clasped behind his back, a familiar sight to Watson, who recognised it as a sign that his friend's formidable mental machinery was fully engaged. Consider the timing, Holmes said, more to himself than to his companions. These marks begin to appear across London during the worst rainstorm in years. Why? The very conditions ensure they will be short-lived, washed away by the downpour. Perhaps that's precisely the point, Watson suggested, setting aside his own plate. A temporary signal of some kind meant to be seen only by those who know to look for it and then to disappear before it attracts too much attention. Holmes nodded approvingly. An excellent observation, Watson. A message not meant to endure would logically be placed where the elements would quickly erase it. Lestrade leaned forward, his interest thoroughly piqued now despite his earlier dismissal of the matter. But what sort of message requires such elaborate secrecy? And who is it intended for? Holmes continued his measured pacing, the floorboards occasionally creaking beneath his feet, a homely sound that added to the sense of security within as the storm raged without. Those are indeed the questions, Inspector. What and who, and, I would add, why now? Outside, a particularly violent gust of wind drove the rain hard against the building, sounding almost like thrown gravel against the window panes. All three men glanced toward the sound, momentarily distracted from their discussion. It's getting worse, Watson observed unnecessarily. I don't envy anyone who has to go out tonight. Lestrade grimaced, clearly thinking of his abandoned post and the unfortunate Constable Parker, presumably still watching from the relative shelter of the public house across from the warehouse. Poor Parker. He's a good man, but new to the force, eager to impress. Perhaps too eager, Holmes suggested shrewdly. I notice you seem concerned about something beyond the mere discomfort of your subordinate. Lestrade sighed, running a hand over his face. Sharp as always, Mr. Holmes. The truth is, Parker is, well, he's enthusiastic, but sometimes lacks judgment. I'm half afraid he might attempt to investigate any suspicious activity on his own, rather than sending for backup as instructed. A concerning trait in a policeman, Watson commented, pouring himself another cup of tea. Indeed, Doctor, Lestrade agreed. In our profession, an excess of courage without a corresponding measure of prudence can be dangerous. Still, he's learning, and this assignment was meant to be a simple observation post, minimal risk. Holmes had paused by the window, peering out into the rain-lashed street below. From this vantage point, the chalk marks on the lamppost were just visible through the distortion of the wet glass. These marks, he mused. 4 vertical lines crossed by a diagonal slash. It suggests a counting system of some kind. 5, Watson said suddenly. 4 verticals and a diagonal making 5. Holmes turned, his expression brightening. Yes, exactly. 5 items or 5 instances of something. But what? 5 locations, Lestrade suggested. 5 targets? 5 people? Or perhaps 5 days or 5 hours, Watson added. Without more context, the possibilities are numerous. Holmes resumed his pacing, moving with a restless energy that often seized him when a problem presented itself. We need more data. Tomorrow, weather permitting, I shall make inquiries among the irregulars. If anyone has observed the appearance of these marks or knows their significance, it would be the street children. The fire had begun to burn low, casting longer, deeper shadows across the room. Watson rose to add another log, enjoying the simple domestic act as a counterpoint to the intellectual exercise unfolding around him. The fresh wood caught quickly, sending up a shower of sparks and a wave of renewed warmth that was welcomed by all three men. "I must say," Lestrade remarked as he stretched his legs toward the rejuvenated fire, "when I sought shelter here tonight, I didn't expect to stumble upon a new mystery." "Life with Holmes," Watson said with a chuckle, "tends to unfold in precisely that manner, Inspector. Many evenings that promised nothing more exciting than a quiet pipe and a medical journal have ended with us racing through the London fog in pursuit of some malefactor." Holmes, who had returned to his chair and was now sitting with his fingertips pressed together beneath his chin, allowed himself a small smile. "You exaggerate, Watson, though I will admit that idleness has never sat well with me." "A fact to which the wall behind you can attest," Watson replied dryly, gesturing toward the area where Holmes, in periods of extreme boredom, had been known to practice his marksmanship indoors, much to Mrs. Hudson's dismay. Lestrade glanced between them, a look of mild alarm crossing his features. "Surely you don't," he began, then stopped himself, clearly deciding that some details of the private lives of consulting detectives were better left unexamined by representatives of official law enforcement. A comfortable silence fell over the room, broken only by the persistent rhythm of the rain and the occasional pop from the fire. Watson found himself growing pleasantly drowsy, the combination of good food, warmth, and the hypnotic sound of the rainfall creating a powerful soporific effect. Even Holmes, normally so alert and vibrant, had settled deeper into his chair, his eyelids drooping slightly though his mind was clearly still active. Only Lestrade seemed to be fighting against the room's somnolent atmosphere, periodically glancing at his pocket watch and then toward the windows, his sense of duty warring with the undeniable comfort of his current situation. "Another half hour," he murmured, almost to himself. "Then I really must check on Parker." Holmes roused himself slightly. "Be practical, Lestrade. In this weather, the journey would be miserable and likely fruitless. Your criminals, whoever they are, will surely postpone their activities until conditions improve. Why not accept Mrs. Hudson's offer of the spare room and return to your post fresh and dry in the morning?" Lestrade hesitated, visibly torn. "Regulations, Mr. Holmes. We're meant to maintain continuous surveillance." "And so you shall," Holmes countered smoothly. "Your constable remains in position, and you have established a temporary command post in a strategic location with reliable associates." He gestured to himself and Watson. "Should there be developments requiring your immediate attention, you can be back at the warehouse with minimal delay." Watson hid a smile at Holmes's creative reframing of what was essentially an abandonment of duty into a sound tactical decision. Judging by Lestrade's expression, the inspector was allowing himself to be persuaded, though not without some lingering reservations. "I suppose when presented in those terms," Lestrade began, but was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. All three men looked up, momentarily startled by the unexpected sound. Before any of them could respond, the door opened to reveal Mrs. Hudson, her expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. "I'm sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," she said, "but there are children at the door." "In this weather? I've brought them into the kitchen for now. They're soaked through and shivering something dreadful." Holmes was on his feet immediately. "Children? At this hour and in this storm? How many?" "3, Mrs. Hudson replied. "2 boys and a girl, none of them more than 10 or 11, I'd say. Skinny little things and as wet as fish. I've put the kettle on for hot chocolate." "Did they say what brings them out on such a night?" Watson asked, his medical instincts already assessing the risks of exposure and pneumonia. Mrs. Hudson shook her head. "They'll only speak to Mr. Holmes, they say. Something about urgent business and the chalk signs. I told them they could wait until morning, but the oldest boy, he seems to be their leader, insisted it couldn't wait." Holmes and Watson exchanged a significant look, while Lestrade straightened in his chair, his professional interest clearly aroused by this development. "The chalk signs," Holmes repeated softly. "Well, it seems our mystery may be resolved sooner than expected. Bring them up, Mrs. Hudson, once they've had a chance to dry off somewhat, and perhaps some of those biscuits you keep for special occasions." Mrs. Hudson nodded and withdrew, leaving the three men to speculate on this unexpected turn of events. "The irregulars," Watson suggested, referring to Holmes's network of street children who often provided him with information. Holmes shook his head. "Not my usual contacts, judging by Mrs. Hudson's description. New faces, it seems." "Or perhaps merely the vanguard," Lestrade suggested. "Sent ahead while the others—" He broke off abruptly, a new thought occurring to him. "You don't suppose this could be related to the Hatton Garden case? Children are often used as lookouts or messengers by the more organised gangs." "It's a possibility," Holmes conceded, moving to straighten his jacket and adjust his cuffs. Small preparations that Watson recognised as his friend's way of readying himself to receive visitors, regardless of their age or station. "Though I find it curious that they would come directly to me if criminal activity were involved." "Unless they're seeking to mislead us," Lestrade said, the natural suspicion of his profession evident in his tone. "A distraction, perhaps, to draw attention away from something else." Watson, who had risen to help Mrs. Hudson prepare for the unexpected guests, paused at the door. "Surely not even the most hardened criminal would send children out in a storm like this merely as a distraction?" Holmes's expression darkened slightly. "I have encountered Watson, whose callousness toward the welfare of children would make such a tactic entirely plausible. However," he added, his voice lightening, "let us not assume the worst until we have heard what these young visitors have to say." The sound of multiple footsteps on the stairs, the lighter tread of children mingled with Mrs. Hudson's more measured pace, announced the arrival of their guests. Watson opened the door wider just as Mrs. Hudson appeared on the landing, shepherding 3 bedraggled figures before her. As she had described, there were 2 boys and a girl, all of them thin and small for their apparent age. Their clothes, though somewhat dried by the kitchen fire, still clung damply to their slight frames. The oldest boy, who couldn't have been more than 11, stood slightly ahead of the others, his posture suggesting a precocious sense of responsibility. The girl, perhaps 9, kept close to his side, while the smallest boy, no more than 7, hung back, his eyes wide as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings of the Baker Street lodgings. "Here they are, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said, ushering them fully into the room. "I've brought up hot chocolate and biscuits. They should be warmed through before they go back out, if they must go back out at all tonight," she added with a pointed look at Holmes. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied smoothly, moving forward to greet the children. "Your thoughtfulness, as always, is matched only by your efficiency." As Mrs. Hudson departed, having fussed over the children's damp clothing and pressed mugs of steaming hot chocolate into their small hands, an expectant silence fell over the room. The 3 children huddled near the fire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow, creating a striking tableau against the backdrop of the storm that continued to rage outside. The contrast between the wild elements and the domestic sanctuary of 221B Baker Street had never seemed more pronounced. Holmes observed the children with that penetrating gaze that Watson had seen dissect the most complex of mysteries. After a moment, the detective spoke, his voice gentler than his usual crisp tone. "I am Sherlock Holmes," he said, though from the children's expressions this introduction was unnecessary. "This is my colleague, Dr. Watson, and our friend Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard." Each man nodded as he was introduced. "Now, suppose you tell us who you are and what brings you out on such an inhospitable night." The oldest boy straightened himself up, attempting to project an authority that was somewhat undermined by the way his oversized cap dripped water onto his shoulders. "Name's Tom, sir. Tom Fletcher. This is my sister Lily." He gestured to the girl, who offered a shy nod. "And that's Eddie Perkins," he concluded, indicating the smallest boy, who was currently more interested in the biscuits than in the introductions. "We're from Whitechapel way," Tom continued, his accent confirming his East End origins. "But we've been all over London today, following the marks." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his interest visibly sharpened. The chalk marks, the ones like those on the lamppost outside? Tom nodded emphatically, seeming relieved that Holmes immediately understood. Yes, sir. 4 lines with a slash. They've been appearing all over since the rain started, and there's more of them every day, even though the rain keeps washing them away. And who is making these marks, Tom? Holmes asked, his tone conversational yet precise, a technique Watson had seen him use to put witnesses at ease while still extracting crucial information. That's just it, Mr. Holmes, Tom replied, setting his empty mug down and accepting another biscuit from Watson, with a mumbled thanks. Nobody knows for sure. There's all sorts of talk in the streets. Some say it's revolutionaries planning something. Others think it's a gang marking territories. My mum says it's probably just mischief makers with nothing better to do. And what do you think? Holmes prompted, his eyes never leaving the boy's face. Tom hesitated, glancing at his companions as if seeking support. Lily nodded encouragingly, while Eddie, his mouth full of biscuit, remained blissfully focused on his treat. I think, Tom said slowly, that it's a game. A new kind of game that's spreading through London. A game? Lestrade interjected, his scepticism evident. What sort of game involves drawing mysterious marks in the rain? The little girl, Lily, spoke up for the first time, her voice soft but clear. A counting game, sir. For raindrops. Holmes raised an eyebrow, his expression intrigued rather than dismissive. Explain, if you would. Lily looked to her brother, who nodded for her to continue. It started with some children in Covent Garden, sir. They made up a game to pass the time during the rain. You pick a lamppost or a doorway, and you make a mark for each day of continuous rain. When the rain stops for more than an hour, you add the diagonal slash through the marks, showing that the rainy spell is done. And then you start again when the next rain comes, Eddie added, having finally finished his biscuit and rejoined the conversation. 5 days, Watson murmured, understanding dawn. The 4 vertical marks and the slash, they represent 5 consecutive days of rainfall. Tom nodded vigorously. Exactly, sir. And if this keeps up, tomorrow there'll be 5 verticals and a slash for 6 days. It's become a sort of contest, you see, to find the longest-running tally in London. Children all over the city are keeping count on their local lampposts. Holmes's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a puzzle piece fitting perfectly into place. And you 3 have taken it upon yourselves to document these tallies. That's why you've been all over London today. Yes, sir, Tom confirmed. We've been mapping them making note of where the highest counts are. In this weather? Watson couldn't help asking, his concern evident. Surely that's a risk to your health. Tom shrugged with a casual disregard for physical discomfort that seemed unique to children. We don't mind the rain, sir. And it's important. Important? Lestrade echoed, exchanging a glance with Holmes. How so? There was a moment's hesitation before Tom answered, and in that brief silence Watson could almost hear the gears of Holmes's mind turning, anticipating the boy's response before it was given. Because there's a prize, sir, Tom said finally. That's why we had to come tonight, even with the storm getting worse. We heard that Sherlock Holmes himself was offering a reward for information about the chalk marks. Holmes blinked, a rare indication of genuine surprise. I'm afraid you've been misinformed, Tom. While I have indeed noticed the marks and found them curious, I have not offered any reward. The children's faces fell in unified disappointment, a sight that tugged at Watson's sympathetic nature. Even Lestrade seemed moved by their crestfallen expressions. Who told you I was offering a reward? Holmes asked gently. Tom kicked absently at the carpet, the temporary deflation of his hopes making him appear younger and more vulnerable. A man at the docks. He said he'd heard that the famous detective from Baker Street was so puzzled by the chalk marks that he'd pay good money for an explanation. Holmes and Watson exchanged a significant look. This new information cast the innocent children's game in a potentially more sinister light. Can you describe this man? Holmes asked, his tone still casual, though Watson could detect the underlying intensity. Tom scrunched his face in concentration. Tallish, had a cap pulled low and a scarf wrapped up high, so I didn't see much of his face. Spoke rough-like, but not East End. More countries, I'd say. "And when exactly did you encounter him?" Holmes continued, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "This afternoon, sir." "Around 4 o'clock, I'd say. We'd been down by the river, checking the marks on the lamppost near London Bridge." Lestrade, who had been listening with increasing interest, leaned forward. "Did this man approach you directly, or did you overhear him speaking to someone else?" "He came right up to us," Tom replied, "asked what we were doing, looking at the lampposts. When we told him about the game and the tallies, that's when he mentioned you, Mr. Holmes, and the reward." Holmes nodded slowly, absorbing this information. "And did he suggest you come to Baker Street immediately, or was that your own decision?" "He said we should come this evening," Tom admitted. "Said the sooner the better, on account of you being very eager to solve the mystery." The three men exchanged glances, the implications clear. Someone had deliberately sent these children to Baker Street using the lure of a reward to ensure they would brave the storm. "Well," Holmes said after a moment, his voice deliberately light, "while it's true that I had not offered a reward, I'm indeed intrigued by your explanation of these marks. An information that solves a mystery, however small, deserves compensation." He rose and crossed to his desk, where he rummaged briefly before returning with 3 shillings, one for each of you, in recognition of your detective work. The children's eyes widened at the unexpected bounty. A shilling was a significant sum for children of their background. "Thank you, sir," Tom exclaimed, accepting the coins with undisguised delight. "This is more than that man promised anyway. He only mentioned a few pence." "Curious," Holmes murmured, more to himself than to the room. "A small sum promised, just enough to entice, but not so much as to seem implausible." "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade interjected, "do you think this might be connected to—" He stopped abruptly, glancing at the children, clearly reluctant to discuss police matters in their presence. Holmes understood immediately. Perhaps our young friends might enjoy some more of Mrs. Hudson's excellent hot chocolate in the kitchen, while we discuss a few matters. "Dr. Watson, would you be so kind as to escort them down?" Watson nodded, recognising the strategy. "Come along, children. Let's see if Mrs. Hudson might have some cake to go with that chocolate." This suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval from the young visitors, who followed Watson out of the room with visible anticipation. As they descended the stairs, Watson could hear the low murmur of Holmes and Lestrade already deep in conversation. In the kitchen, Mrs. Hudson was indeed persuaded to produce a small cake, which the children fell upon with the healthy appetite of youth. Watson watched them fondly, thinking how resilient children were, soaked to the skin and sent on a fool's errand, yet now happily enjoying cake as if their earlier disappointment had never occurred. "Dr. Watson, sir?" Tom asked between mouthfuls. "Is Mr. Holmes really interested in the chalk marks? Or was that just a kindness?" Watson considered his answer carefully. "Mr. Holmes is interested in everything unusual that occurs in London, Tom. And while these marks may have a simple explanation, your raindrop counting game, the fact that someone deliberately sent you to us with a false story of a reward, that is something he finds very interesting indeed." The boy nodded sagely. "I thought it might be. Is that why the policeman is here too? Is there some sort of crime involved?" "That remains to be seen," Watson replied diplomatically. "Inspector Lestrade happened to be visiting when you arrived, which is a fortunate coincidence." Tom didn't look entirely convinced by this explanation, but he returned to his cake without further questions. Watson suspected that children who grew up in the harsher neighbourhoods of London developed a certain scepticism toward adult explanations at an early age. After about 20 minutes, during which the children had been thoroughly warmed, dried and fed, Holmes appeared in the kitchen doorway. His expression was composed, but Watson could detect the subtle signs of heightened alertness that indicated his friend had come to some significant conclusions. "Ah, Watson, I see our young friends have been well taken care of," Holmes remarked. "Tom, Lily, Eddie, Inspector Lestrade and I have been discussing your situation, and we believe it would be best if you remained here at Baker Street tonight." This announcement was met with mixed reactions. Eddie looked delighted at the prospect of prolonging their adventure, while Lily seemed relieved to not have to venture back into the storm. Tom, however, frowned with the concern of one accustomed to responsibilities beyond his years. "But, sir, Our mums will be wondering where we are," he protested. "And Eddie doesn't even live with us. His mother will be frantic." "A valid concern," Holmes acknowledged, "which is why Inspector Lestrade has kindly offered to send constables to inform your families of your whereabouts. If you provide your addresses, we can assure your parents that you're safe and will be returned home in the morning when the storm has passed." This compromise seemed to satisfy Tom, who provided the necessary information with the seriousness of a much older person. Watson found himself wondering what circumstances had forced such maturity upon a child who couldn't be more than 11. "Mrs. Hudson has agreed to prepare the spare room," Holmes continued. "It will be a bit crowded with the three of you, but certainly more comfortable than travelling through this deluge." "That's very kind, sir," Tom said, the formal phrase sounding slightly incongruous from such young lips. "But why can't we just go home now? We know our way, and we've been worse." Holmes exchanged a quick glance with Watson before answering. "The storm has intensified considerably since your arrival, Tom, and there are other considerations that make it advisable for you to remain indoors tonight." The boy's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. "You think that man who sent us here might be watching to see if we came?" Holmes's eyebrows rose a fraction, a subtle acknowledgement of the child's perceptiveness. "It's a possibility we cannot dismiss." Inspector Lestrade agrees that an abundance of caution is warranted. "Are we in danger, Mr. Holmes?" Lily asked, her small voice tight with sudden anxiety. "Not at all," Holmes assured her smoothly. "You are perfectly safe here at Baker Street. This is merely a precautionary measure, the sort of thing that responsible adults do when caring for adventurous children who have been out in stormy weather." This explanation seemed to reassure the girl, though Watson noted that Tom still looked somewhat sceptical. The boy had street smarts that made him difficult to deceive, even with well-intentioned falsehoods. "Now," Holmes continued briskly, "Mrs. Hudson will show you to your accommodations, and Dr. Watson has kindly offered to lend you some dry nightshirts that will serve as adequate sleepwear until your clothes are properly dried." Watson nodded confirmation, though in fact this was the first he'd heard of this particular offer. Still, he had no objections. The children's health was the priority, and his old nightshirts, while enormously oversized for the children, would be clean and dry. As Mrs. Hudson ushered the children upstairs to the spare room, Holmes and Watson returned to the sitting room, where Lestrade was pacing by the window, his expression troubled. "They've settled in well enough," Holmes informed the inspector, "though the eldest, Tom, is perceptive beyond his years. He's already deduced that there might be something untoward about the man who sent them here." "Smart lad," Lestrade commented, turning from the window. "Too smart to be out in this weather chasing fairy tales about rewards." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, sinking into his chair and reaching for his pipe. "Which brings us to the question at hand. Why would someone deliberately send 3 children to Baker Street with a false story about me offering a reward for information on chalk marks?" "A distraction," Watson suggested, reclaiming his own seat. "Perhaps to draw your attention away from something else?" "Possibly," Holmes conceded. "Though if that were the case, why involve the chalk marks at all? They could have fabricated any number of stories to lure children to Baker Street." "Unless the chalk marks themselves are significant," Lestrade said, resuming his place on the settee. "What if they're not just a children's game after all?" Holmes struck a match and applied it to his pipe, drawing thoughtfully until the tobacco glowed. "That is the question that has been occupying my thoughts, Inspector. We now have what appears to be a perfectly innocent explanation for the marks. A children's counting game to track consecutive days of rainfall. It's simple, logical, and entirely believable. But," Watson prompted, recognizing the tone that suggested Holmes wasn't entirely satisfied. "But," Holmes continued, exhaling a cloud of smoke, "we also have an unknown individual who is aware of my interest in these marks, and who went to some effort to send 3 children to Baker Street tonight, in this storm on the pretense of a reward. And who may or may not be watching the house," Lestrade added grimly, casting another glance toward the window. "Precisely." Holmes tapped his pipe thoughtfully against the arm of his chair. "Which suggests that either there is more to these chalk marks than a simple children's game, or someone wishes us to believe that there is." Watson frowned, trying to follow his friend's reasoning. But if the marks truly are just part of a children's game, why would anyone want to create the impression that there's something more sinister? An excellent question, Watson. Holmes leaned back, his expression distant as he worked through the problem. Consider the timing. These children arrive at Baker Street with their explanation just as Lestrade is telling us about the warehouse where stolen goods from the Hatton Garden heist are believed to be stored. You think there's a connection? Lestrade asked, suddenly alert. I think it's a possibility that cannot be dismissed, Holmes replied carefully. You mentioned earlier that you observed similar chalk marks near that warehouse. If these marks truly are nothing more than children tracking rainfall, their appearance throughout London, including near your stakeout location, would be a mere coincidence. And you don't believe in coincidences, Watson observed. Holmes smiled slightly. Let's say I maintain a healthy skepticism toward them, particularly when they align so neatly with other suspicious circumstances. Lestrade leaned forward, his professional interest thoroughly engaged now. You think the marks might be signals, after all? Perhaps related to the jewel thieves? It's a theory worth exploring, Holmes acknowledged. Consider, if one wished to use the city's lampposts for a system of criminal signals, what better cover than a children's game that explains away any suspicious markings? The perfect disguise, hidden in plain sight amidst innocent play. Watson felt a familiar thrill of excitement as he watched Holmes's deductive process unfold. Even after all their years together, there was something magical about witnessing that brilliant mind connect disparate threads into a coherent pattern. But the children seem genuine, Watson pointed out. I don't believe they were involved in any deception. Nor do I, Holmes agreed readily. They are almost certainly exactly what they appear to be. Enterprising children who have embraced this new game and seen an opportunity for reward. The deception, if it exists, is not theirs but rather belongs to the man who sent them here. The question remains, Lestrade said, frowning in concentration. What purpose would be served by sending them to Baker Street tonight? If the aim was to distract us, what are we being distracted by? Holmes's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he straightened in his chair. What time is it, Lestrade? The inspector pulled out his pocket watch. Just past 10:30. And at what time did you strategically relocate from your stakeout position? Lestrade winced slightly at Holmes's choice of words, but checked his watch again. I left at approximately 8 o'clock. And Constable Parker remains in the public house across from the warehouse, correct? Yes, with instructions to send word immediately if he observes any suspicious activity. Holmes nodded, his expression grave. I believe, Inspector, that we may have been manipulated most effectively. Consider the sequence of events. You leave your post due to the inclement weather. Shortly thereafter, 3 children are dispatched to Baker Street with a story designed to capture our interest and keep us occupied. Meanwhile, your inexperienced constable is left alone to watch the warehouse. Lestrade's face paled as he grasped Holmes's implication. You think something's happening at the warehouse right now? That this is all a diversion? I think it is a possibility we would be remiss to ignore, Holmes replied, already rising to his feet. Watson, I believe we may require your revolver. Watson nodded, moving to retrieve the weapon from its drawer. Years of accompanying Holmes had taught him to be prepared for sudden developments. We can't all go, Lestrade protested. The children will be perfectly safe with Mrs. Hudson, Holmes finished for him, and I have no intention of leaving Baker Street unattended. Watson, if you would be so kind as to remain here while Lestrade and I investigate the warehouse. Watson hesitated, torn between his desire to accompany Holmes and his recognition of the wisdom in keeping a guard at Baker Street. Are you certain that's wise, Holmes? The weather is abominable, Holmes conceded with a grim smile. But the same conditions that make our excursion uncomfortable may provide excellent cover for criminal activities. Besides, I am particularly interested in whether these chalk marks near the warehouse match exactly those we've observed elsewhere. Lestrade was already reaching for his still damp coat. We should send for backup. By all means, Holmes agreed, donning his own coat and wrapping his scarf securely around his neck. Though perhaps we might make a preliminary reconnaissance before summoning the full force of Scotland Yard. If our suspicions prove unfounded, we will have dragged your colleagues out in this deluge for nothing. The inspector nodded reluctantly, recognising the logic in Holmes's suggestion. A quick assessment first, then. but at the first sign of trouble, I'm calling for reinforcements." "I would expect nothing less from an officer of your experience," Holmes assured him, picking up his walking stick, which Watson knew concealed a slender but effective sword. "Watson, be so good as to keep watch both on our young guests and for any suspicious activity outside. I am particularly interested in whether anyone appears to be observing the house." "Of course," Watson replied, checking his revolver before returning it to his pocket. "Be careful, both of you." This storm is only getting worse. As if to emphasize his point, a violent gust of wind rattled the windows, and the rain redoubled its assault on the glass, sounding now like handfuls of gravel being thrown against the panes. Holmes paused at the door, his keen eyes taking in the room as if committing it to memory, a habit Watson had observed many times before they ventured into potentially dangerous situations. It was as if his friend was silently acknowledging the comfort and safety they were leaving behind, a momentary appreciation of Baker Street's sanctuary before plunging into London's chaotic elements. "We shouldn't be long," Holmes said. 2 hours at most. If we haven't returned by midnight, use your discretion about contacting Gregson at the yard." Watson nodded, feeling the familiar mixture of concern and pride that always accompanied watching his friend set off in pursuit of truth and justice. "Good hunting, Holmes." With a final nod, Holmes and Lestrade departed, their footsteps echoing on the stairs before the sound of the front door opening and closing announced their exit into the storm-lashed night. Left alone in the suddenly quiet sitting room, Watson moved to the window, straining to catch a glimpse of the two men as they emerged onto Baker Street below. For a moment he could make out their silhouettes against the gaslight, two dark figures leaning into the wind before they were swallowed by the curtain of rain. The chalk marks on the lamppost were barely visible now, their edges blurred and fading under the relentless downpour. A children's game to count rainy days, or something more sinister? Whatever the truth, Watson had the distinct feeling that the answer would not be as simple or as innocent as it first appeared. With a sigh, he turned from the window and poked at the fire, building it back up to a cheerful blaze. Then he settled into his chair, revolver within easy reach, to keep his vigil over the shadows in the rain. Watson settled deeper into his armchair, keenly aware of the emptiness in the room now that Holmes and Lestrade had departed. The absence of his friend's energetic presence made the sitting room seem larger, quieter, though no less comforting with its familiar furnishings and the steady warmth of the fire. Outside, the storm continued its assault on London, the rain occasionally intensifying to a deafening roar before subsiding into a more measured percussion against the windows. He checked his pocket watch. Barely 15 minutes had passed since Holmes and Lestrade had ventured out into the deluge. Even assuming they had found a hansom cab willing to brave the weather, they would not yet have reached the riverside warehouse. Watson tried to imagine them, huddled beneath inadequate umbrellas, water soaking through their coats despite their best efforts, all in pursuit of what might prove to be nothing more significant than children's chalk marks. Yet he knew Holmes well enough to trust his friend's instincts. If Holmes believed there was a connection worth investigating, then there almost certainly was. The floorboards creaked overhead, reminding Watson of their young guests. He wondered if the children were settling in comfortably, or if they were too excited by their adventure to sleep. Mrs. Hudson had promised to look in on them periodically, but perhaps he should check on them himself. The doctor in him was concerned about potential chills after their prolonged exposure to the rain. Just as he was considering this, a soft knock at the door announced Mrs. Hudson herself, bearing a fresh pot of tea. "I thought you might appreciate this, Doctor," she said, setting the tray down. "It's a dreadful night to be alone." "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson replied warmly. "How are our young visitors?" "Tucked up and comfortable," she assured him, "though I don't think they'll sleep any time soon." The little ones are wide-eyed with the excitement of staying at 221B Baker Street, and Tom is too busy trying to look brave and unconcerned to actually rest. Watson smiled at this assessment. He's quite the remarkable young man, isn't he? So protective of others. Too old for his years, Mrs. Hudson agreed with a touch of sadness. Many of them are in those neighbourhoods. Childhood doesn't last long when there's not enough food on the table. She busied herself arranging the tea things, a task that required no attention but gave her hands something to do. Watson recognised it as a sign that she had more on her mind. "Do you think Mr. Holmes is right to be concerned?" she asked finally, confirming his suspicion. "Why were those children sent here tonight?" "Holmes is seldom wrong about such things," Watson replied carefully. "Though in this instance, I hope he is. I would prefer to believe that this is all an innocent misunderstanding rather than part of some criminal scheme." Mrs. Hudson nodded, her practical nature asserting itself. "Well, whatever it is, those children are safe now, and that's what matters most. I've left some of my almond biscuits by their bedsides. Nothing soothes a troubled mind like something sweet to nibble on." Watson smiled at this quintessentially maternal solution. "I'm sure they'll appreciate that. And Mrs. Hudson," he added as she turned to leave, "please don't concern yourself with waiting up for Holmes and Lestrade. I'll see to it that they have what they need when they return." "Very kind of you, Doctor, but I doubt I'll sleep much with this storm rattling the windows and Mr. Holmes out in it." She paused at the door. "Do call if you or the children need anything." After she'd gone, Watson poured himself a cup of tea and carried it to the window. The rain had transformed Baker Street into a glistening river of reflected gaslight, the few pedestrians hurrying along with hunched shoulders and bowed heads, as if physically weighed down by the downpour. The chalk marks on the lamppost had vanished entirely now, washed away by the persistent rain, a temporary message erased by the very phenomenon it was meant to record. He wondered if Holmes and Lestrade had reached the warehouse yet, and what they might have found. The thought of his friend facing potential danger while he remained in the warmth and safety of Baker Street troubled him, though he understood the necessity of his staying behind to watch over the children. A sound on the stairs drew his attention, not Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread, but the lighter step of a child trying to move quietly. Watson turned from the window just as Tom's tousled head appeared around the partially opened door. "Dr. Watson, sir," the boy whispered, clearly uncertain of his welcome. "I couldn't sleep." "Come in, Tom," Watson said gently, gesturing toward the settee. "I was just having some tea. Would you care for a cup? Or perhaps some milk?" The boy entered hesitantly, his borrowed nightshirt hanging to his ankles and making him appear even younger than his years. "Tea would be nice, thank you, sir, if it's no trouble." "No trouble at all," Watson assured him, pouring a cup and adding a generous spoonful of sugar without asking. He remembered well the sweet tooth of youth. "Are the others sleeping?" "Eddie is," Tom confirmed, accepting the tea with careful hands. "He can sleep through anything. Lily's half asleep, I think. She was worried about being in a strange place, so I told her stories until she settled down." "That was very thoughtful of you," Watson observed, returning to his chair while Tom perched on the edge of the settee, his feet barely reaching the floor. "You take good care of them," Tom shrugged, a curiously adult gesture on such young shoulders. "Someone has to. Eddie's mum works nights, and our mum." He trailed off, then continued with forced casualness. "She does her best." Watson recognised the protective reticence in the boy's tone, the instinct to shield one's family from judgment, even from strangers. It was a sentiment he respected, and he made no attempt to pry further. "I couldn't help noticing," he said instead, changing the subject, "how familiar you seemed with Mr. Holmes's name. Have you been following the accounts of his cases in the Strand?" Tom's face brightened. "Yes, sir. Whenever I can. I can't always get my hands on a copy, but Mr. Perkins at the newsagent's sometimes lets me read his when I help him sort the morning deliveries. I've read A Study in Scarlet 3 times. "Have you indeed?" Watson said, genuinely pleased. "Then you must be quite the dedicated reader." "I am, sir," Tom confirmed with evident pride. "I go to school when I can, and my teacher says I have a natural aptitude for letters. That's why I'm so interested in Mr. Holmes's work. I want to be a detective when I grow up, or maybe a doctor, like you." The simple, earnest declaration touched Watson deeply. "Both are worthy professions," he said, "though I can attest that medicine requires many years of study." "I don't mind that," Tom assured him solemnly. "I'm good at studying. And I like helping people. That's what doctors do, isn't it? Like you helped us tonight." "Yes," Watson agreed, finding himself unexpectedly moved by the child's perception. "That's exactly what doctors do." We help people when they need it most." Tom nodded, satisfied with this confirmation of his understanding. He sipped his tea in silence for a moment, his eyes roaming around the room, taking in the eclectic collection of objects that reflected Holmes's wide-ranging interests. The chemical apparatus on the side table, the violin case leaning against the bookshelf, the stack of newspapers carefully organised by date, the Persian slipper stuffed with tobacco that hung by the fireplace. "Is it true what they say?" he asked suddenly. "That Mr. Holmes can tell everything about a person just by looking at them?" Watson smiled, remembering his own first encounter with Holmes's remarkable deductive abilities. Not everything, perhaps, but a great deal more than most people would think possible. He observes what others merely see, and he draws connections where others perceive only random details. "Could he teach me to do that?" Tom asked, his eyes wide with hope. "I believe he could," Watson replied carefully, "though Mr. Holmes would tell you that the first step is training yourself to observe everything around you with complete attention. Not just looking, but truly seeing." Tom's brow furrowed in concentration. "Like how I noticed that your right hand is steadier than your left when you pour tea, even though you're right-handed, which means your left hand probably got injured sometime." Watson blinked in surprise. "That's remarkably astute, Tom. Yes, I was wounded in Afghanistan many years ago. My left shoulder never fully recovered its strength." The boy beamed at this confirmation. "I've been practicing observing things. It helps when you live in Whitechapel. You need to notice who's about and what they're carrying, especially after dark." There was something poignant in this reminder of the harsh realities of the boy's daily existence, so at odds with his bright intelligence and aspirations. Watson felt a surge of protective concern, coupled with admiration for the resilience that allowed this child to maintain his curiosity and ambition, despite the challenges of his environment. "Mr. Holmes would be impressed by your powers of observation," Watson said sincerely. "Perhaps you can demonstrate them to him when he returns." "Where did he go?" Tom asked, setting his empty cup down. "Is it about the chalk marks?" "Is something wrong?" Watson hesitated, unsure how much to share with the boy. On one hand, Tom was still a child and should be protected from unnecessary worry. On the other hand, he had already demonstrated a maturity beyond his years, and Watson sensed that patronising him would only damage the trust they were building. "Mr. Holmes and Inspector Lestrade have gone to investigate a warehouse where similar chalk marks have been observed," he said finally, opting for a simplified truth. "They believe there may be a connection to a case the inspector has been working on." Tom's eyes widened. "So they're not just for the raindrop game?" "That remains to be seen," Watson replied diplomatically. "The game you described is a perfectly logical explanation for the marks. But in Mr. Holmes's line of work, it's important to consider all possibilities, even unlikely ones. Like that they might be signals for criminals?" Tom suggested, demonstrating that his powers of deduction extended beyond physical observations to logical inferences. Watson couldn't help but smile at the boy's quickness. "Just so. Though I should emphasise that this is merely a theory at this point and may well prove incorrect." Tom nodded, accepting this caveat. "Is that why we're staying here tonight? Because you think we might be in danger if we went home?" "It's primarily because of the weather," Watson assured him. "But yes, until Mr. Holmes is satisfied that the man who sent you here had no malicious intent, we felt it prudent to keep you where we can ensure your safety." The boy absorbed this information with remarkable calmness. "I thought it might be something like that. The man seemed odd. Not exactly threatening, but not right somehow." "In what way?" Watson asked, intrigued by this assessment. Tom considered the question seriously, his young face screwed up in concentration. "He was too interested in us, if that makes sense. Most adults either ignore street children or chase us off. Some are kind, like you and Mr. Holmes, but they're usually busy with their own concerns. This man, though, seemed very focused on us, but not in a natural way. As if we were just things he needed for something, not actual people." Watson was impressed by the perceptiveness of this observation. "That's a very astute analysis, Tom. Did anything else about him strike you as unusual?" The boy thought for a moment. "His hands," he said finally. They were too clean for someone hanging about the docks. Most men who work there have ingrained dirt, or calluses, or tar stains. His hands were like a gentleman's, almost like yours, but without the medical stains. Medical stains? Watson repeated, glancing down at his own hands in surprise. The yellowish marks on your first 2 fingers, Tom explained. My uncle has similar ones from the chemicals he uses in his work at the tannery. I guessed yours might be from medicines or whatever doctors use. Iodine, Watson confirmed, increasingly amazed by the boy's observational skills. You have a remarkable eye for detail, Tom. Mr. Holmes would certainly approve. Tom ducked his head, pleased but embarrassed by the praise. It's nothing special. Just things you notice when you have to be careful who you trust. This simple statement, delivered with the matter-of-factness of long experience, struck Watson with unexpected force. How different this child's life was from his own sheltered upbringing, or from the comfortable existence of most of his patients. Yet here sat Tom, not bitter or defeated by his circumstances, but alert, intelligent, and aspiring to something better. Would you like to hear about one of Mr. Holmes's cases? Watson offered, partly to distract the boy from more troubling thoughts, but also because he sensed a kindred spirit in this young admirer of his friend's work. One that hasn't been published in the Strand yet. Tom's eyes lit up with undisguised enthusiasm. Yes, please, sir, that would be amazing. Watson settled back in his chair, considering which of their adventures might be both appropriate for young ears and sufficiently engaging to distract from the storm and the absence of Holmes and Lestrade. After a moment he decided on The Adventure of the Beryl Coronet, a case involving theft and false accusations that had been resolved satisfactorily just a month prior. As he began the tale, Tom shifted to sit cross-legged on the settee, his borrowed nightshirt pooling around him, his face alight with interest. Watson found himself enjoying the narration more than he'd expected. There was something deeply satisfying about sharing these adventures with such an appreciative audience. He took care to emphasize the deductive process, knowing that this would particularly appeal to the boy's analytical mind, while still maintaining the dramatic tension that made the story entertaining. Outside, the storm continued unabated, but within the warm circle of firelight it seemed distant and unimportant. Watson's rich baritone rose and fell with the cadence of the story, occasionally, punctuated by Tom's gasps of surprise or murmurs of appreciation when a particularly clever deduction was revealed. And so, with the true culprit exposed and the innocent man exonerated, the Beryl Coronet was returned intact to its rightful owner, Watson concluded, noting with satisfaction the boy's rapt expression. Holmes received a substantial reward, of course, but I believe he valued the intellectual challenge more highly than the monetary compensation. That was brilliant, Tom breathed, uncrossing and recrossing his legs as if to physically process his excitement. The way Mr. Holmes figured out that the missing beryl had been bent, not broken off. That was the key to everything. Indeed it was, Watson agreed, pleased by the boy's comprehension of this crucial detail. Holmes often says that the most significant clues are those that appear insignificant to the casual observer. Like the chalk marks, Tom suggested. Everyone thinks they're just for a children's game, but Mr. Holmes sees that they might mean something else entirely. Precisely, Watson nodded, impressed again by the quickness of the boy's mind. Though in this case the children's game may indeed be the true explanation. Not every unusual occurrence conceals a mystery or a crime. Tom looked momentarily disappointed by this prosaic possibility, then brightened. But the man who sent us here, that's still mysterious, isn't it? Why would he do that if the marks are just part of a game? An excellent question, and one that Holmes and Lestrade are currently investigating, Watson replied, checking his pocket watch. Nearly an hour had passed since Holmes's departure. They should return within the next hour or so, hopefully with answers. Tom yawned suddenly, the lateness of the hour finally catching up with his youthful energy. He made a valiant effort to suppress it, clearly reluctant to end this unexpected late-night conversation with the chronicler of Sherlock Holmes's adventures. Perhaps you should try to get some sleep now, Watson suggested gently. It's well past midnight and you've had quite an eventful day. I'm not tired, Tom protested automatically, though his drooping eyelids belied this claim. Could you tell me one more story? A short one, please? Watson smiled, recognizing the universal reluctance of children to admit fatigue and end an enjoyable experience. "One more then," he conceded, "but a brief one, and then you really must return to bed. Your sister will be worried if she wakes and finds you gone." Tom nodded agreement to these terms, settling back expectantly. Watson considered which of their cases might be suitable for a shorter retelling, and decided on the Red-Headed League, which combined humour with detective work in a way he thought the boy would appreciate. He had just reached the point where Holmes, Watson and the police were hiding in the bank vault, awaiting the arrival of the tunnelling criminals, when he noticed that Tom's eyes had finally closed, his head nodding forward onto his chest. The boy was fighting valiantly to stay awake, jerking upright whenever his chin touched his chest, but it was clear that sleep was winning the battle. Watson continued the story in a softer, more rhythmic tone, deliberately employing the soothing cadence he had often used to calm agitated patients. Within minutes, Tom was fast asleep, his small body curled up on the settee, his face relaxed and suddenly much younger in repose. Moving quietly so as not to disturb him, Watson retrieved a light blanket from the chest by the window and gently draped it over the sleeping child. He considered carrying Tom back to the spare room but decided against it. The boy was sleeping soundly, and the settee was comfortable enough. Besides, Watson preferred to keep him close at hand until Holmes and Lestrade returned with news. Resuming his seat, Watson poured himself another cup of tea and glanced at his watch again. The hands showed 11:15. Holmes and Lestrade had been gone for nearly 2 hours. A tendril of worry began to curl in his stomach. The warehouse was not so distant that their investigation should take this long, even accounting for the abominable weather and the difficulty of finding transportation. The fire had burned low again, and Watson rose to add another log, taking care to move quietly. As he knelt by the hearth, rearranging the embers with the poker to better accommodate the fresh fuel, he became aware of an unusual sound beneath the constant percussion of the rain, a scraping or scratching noise coming from the street below. Frowning, Watson moved to the window, parting the curtains just enough to peer out without making his observation obvious to anyone who might be watching. Baker Street appeared deserted at first glance, the rain still falling in sheets that distorted visibility. But as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Watson detected movement near the lamppost directly opposite, a hunched figure working at the base of the iron column. Watson narrowed his eyes, trying to make out details through the rain-streaked glass. The figure was of medium height, wrapped in a heavy coat with the collar turned up and a cap pulled low, effectively concealing any distinguishing features. But there was something deliberate in the way the person moved, something furtive yet purposeful. With a sudden clarity, Watson realised what he was witnessing. Someone was drawing new chalk marks on the lamppost, despite the rain that would surely wash them away within minutes. His mind raced through the implications. Was this simply another child participating in the raindrop counting game, braving the storm to update the tally? Or was this the mysterious man who had sent Tom, Lily and Eddie to Baker Street, perhaps checking to see if his messengers had completed their task? Watson felt for the reassuring weight of his revolver in his pocket, though he had no immediate intention of confronting the figure. Holmes would want him to observe first, to gather information without revealing that the watcher was being watched in turn. The figure finished whatever marking they were creating and straightened, glancing up toward the illuminated windows of 221B. Watson drew back slightly, ensuring he remained hidden behind the curtain while maintaining his view of the street. For a long moment, the figure stood motionless, rain streaming from the brim of their cap, their gaze seemingly fixed on the Baker Street lodgings. Then, with a suddenness that startled Watson, the figure turned and hurried away, disappearing into the darkness beyond the circle of gaslight. Watson remained at the window, straining to catch another glimpse, but the mysterious visitor had vanished as completely as if the rain-washed night had simply swallowed them. Troubled by this new development, Watson moved back to check on Tom, who continued to sleep peacefully, unaware of the enigmatic scene that had just played out across the street. Should he wake the boy to ask if the figure resembled the man who had sent them to Baker Street? No, that seemed unnecessary. Tom had already provided as detailed a description as could be expected under the circumstances, and there was no need to disturb his much-needed rest. Instead, Watson returned to the window, this time opening it a crack despite the immediate spattering of raindrops on the sill. He wanted to see if he could make out what new marking had been left on the lamppost. The rain was falling so heavily that even the fresh chalk would likely be indecipherable already, but he had to try. Squinting through the downpour, Watson could just barely discern a white smudge at approximately the height where a man might comfortably draw while standing. It seemed to be the now familiar pattern of vertical lines with a diagonal slash, though the rain was rapidly blurring it into an indistinct blob. Watson closed the window, wiping the rain from his face with his handkerchief as he considered what he had witnessed. If the chalk marks were indeed being used as some form of criminal signal, what message had just been conveyed? And to whom? Was it merely a continuation of the children's game, or something more sinister? He glanced again at Tom's sleeping form, feeling a renewed sense of protectiveness toward the boy and his absent companions. Whatever game was being played in the shadows of this rainy night, these children were innocent pawns, used and potentially endangered by forces they did not understand. Watson checked his watch once more. It was now 11:30, 2 hours since Holmes and Lestrade had departed. The tendril of worry in his stomach had grown into something more substantial. Even allowing for the difficulties presented by the weather and the need for cautious investigation, they should have returned by now, or at least sent word. Moving to Holmes's desk, Watson found a sheet of paper and quickly penned a note documenting what he had observed. If something had happened to delay Holmes and Lestrade further, this information would be valuable upon their return. He noted the time, the description of the figure, limited though it was, and the placement of the new chalk mark. As he completed this task, a floorboard creaked in the hallway outside the sitting room. Watson tensed, his hand moving instinctively toward his revolver. Had the mysterious figure somehow gained entry to the house? But no, the step was too light, too hesitant. "Dr. Watson," came a small, tremulous voice, and Watson relaxed as Lily's face appeared around the door, her eyes wide with anxiety. "Tom's not in his bed." "Is he?" She stopped as she caught sight of her brother asleep on the settee. "Oh." "He couldn't sleep," Watson explained softly, moving to the door to usher her in. "We were talking, and he dozed off during a story. I didn't want to wake him by moving him." Lily nodded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation. "I woke up and he was gone. I got scared." "That's understandable," Watson said gently. "Would you like to stay here as well? There's plenty of room in the armchair and I can find another blanket." The little girl hesitated, then nodded, her relief evident. "Yes, please, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all," Watson assured her, retrieving a second blanket from the chest and helping her settle into the armchair, which all but swallowed her tiny form. "Comfortable?" "Yes, thank you," she murmured, already nestling into the softness of the cushions. "Will Mr. Holmes be back soon?" "I expect so," Watson replied, hoping this was true. He and Inspector Lestrade had some business to attend to, but they shouldn't be much longer. "Good," Lily said, her eyelids already drooping. "Tom says Mr. Holmes is the cleverest man in London. I want to see if he really is." Watson smiled at this simple acceptance of Holmes's reputation. "He is indeed very clever. And when he returns, I'm sure he'll be delighted to meet you properly. But for now, try to get some sleep." "I will," she promised, pulling the blanket up to her chin. "Good night, Dr. Watson." "Good night, Lily," he replied softly, returning to his position by the window as the child's breathing quickly deepened into sleep. The rain continued its relentless assault on London, and somewhere in that wet darkness, Holmes and Lestrade were investigating a warehouse that might be connected to a major jewel theft. Meanwhile, an unknown figure had just left a mysterious chalk mark on the lamppost outside 221B Baker Street, possibly as a signal to unseen conspirators. And here in the warm sitting room, 2 children slept peacefully, unaware of the strange confluence of events that had brought them to this place on this stormy night. Watson settled in for what he suspected would be a long vigil, his revolver close at hand, his senses alert for any unusual sound that might indicate the return of his friend. or the approach of less welcome visitors from the shadows in the rain. As midnight approached, Watson noticed a subtle change in the rhythm of the rain against the windows. The torrential downpour that had battered Baker Street for hours had begun to ease, transforming from a roaring deluge to a more measured patter. He moved to the window again, careful not to disturb the sleeping children, and peered out at the street below. The gaslight shimmered on the wet pavement, creating pools of golden reflection that rippled with each falling droplet. The mysterious chalk marks on the lamppost had vanished entirely now, washed away by the rain, leaving no trace of their enigmatic message. The street appeared deserted, the foul weather having driven even the most determined night owls to seek shelter. Watson checked his watch again. 5 minutes to midnight. Holmes and Lestrade had been gone for nearly 3 hours, well beyond the 2-hour limit Holmes had specified. The doctor's concern had deepened into genuine worry. Should he contact Scotland Yard as Holmes had suggested, or wait a little longer, giving his friend the benefit of the doubt? He was still deliberating when a faint sound from below caught his attention, the distinctive click of a key in the front door lock. Watson tensed, listening intently. It could be Holmes returning, but it might also be someone using the opportunity of the storm and the late hour to attempt an unauthorized entry. Moving silently, Watson retrieved his revolver and positioned himself near the door, where he would have a clear view of anyone ascending the stairs. The children slept on, oblivious to his sudden vigilance. He could hear footsteps in the hall below now. 2 sets, moving with the careful deliberation of those trying to minimize noise. "Watson," came Holmes's voice, pitched low but unmistakable. "Are you still awake?" Relief flooded through the doctor. "Up here, Holmes," he called softly, returning the revolver to his pocket. "The children are sleeping." A moment later, Holmes appeared in the doorway, followed closely by Lestrade. Both men were thoroughly drenched despite their attempts at protection, water streaming from their coats to form small puddles on the landing. Holmes's normally neat hair was plastered to his head, and Lestrade's moustache drooped pathetically, giving him the appearance of a particularly dejected walrus. "My dear fellow," Watson greeted them, keeping his voice low, "you're soaked to the skin. Come in and warm yourselves by the fire while I fetch towels." "No need to disturb Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, already shrugging out of his sodden coat. "There are clean towels in my bedroom. But first—" He broke off, noticing the 2 sleeping children. "I see our young guests have relocated." "Tom couldn't sleep and came down for company," Watson explained. "We talked for a while, and he dozed off during one of my stories. Lily woke up later, found him missing, and decided to join us as well." Holmes nodded, his keen eyes taking in the scene. The sleeping children, the nearly empty teapot, Watson's position near the window, and undoubtedly deducing much of what had transpired in his absence. "You've been watching the street," he observed quietly. "Did you observe anything of interest?" "Indeed I did," Watson confirmed. "Approximately 30 minutes ago, a figure appeared at the lamppost outside and drew what appeared to be fresh chalk marks. The same pattern of lines and a slash that we've been discussing. The person then looked up at our windows before hurrying away." Holmes and Lestrade exchanged a significant glance, their expressions grave despite their bedraggled appearance. "Did you get a good look at this individual?" Lestrade asked, water dripping from his coat onto the carpet. "Unfortunately not," Watson admitted. The rain and darkness obscured any clear view. Medium height, wearing a heavy coat with the collar turned up and a cap pulled low. That's all I could discern with certainty. "Nonetheless, this is valuable information," Holmes assured him. "It confirms our suspicions that these chalk marks are more than a simple children's game. But we can discuss that in a moment. First, let us address our more immediate needs." He disappeared briefly into his bedroom, returning with an armful of towels which he distributed between himself and Lestrade. The 2 men dried themselves as best they could, though their clothes remained damp. "I believe I have a dressing gown that would fit you, Lestrade," Holmes offered, "and Watson's spare slippers should suffice. We can hang your wet things by the fire to dry." The inspector accepted gratefully, and soon both men were more comfortably attired, their wet garments arranged on chairs positioned near the hearth. Watson had quietly prepared fresh tea, and they settled around the fire, careful not to disturb the sleeping children as they began their conference. "You were gone considerably longer than anticipated," Watson observed, handing each man a steaming cup. "I was beginning to grow concerned." "With good reason," Holmes replied, his voice low but intense. "Our investigation took an unexpected turn." The warehouse was indeed being used exactly as Lestrade suspected, as a temporary storage location for the stolen Hatton Garden jewels. "You found them?" Watson asked, surprised by this straightforward resolution. "Not exactly," Lestrade interjected grimly. "We found where they had been stored until very recently. The crates had been moved, but not before we arrived. We observed the activity from a distance," Holmes continued. "A group of men loading crates onto a cart, working with remarkable efficiency despite the weather. By the time we had positioned ourselves to intervene, they had already departed. We attempted to follow," Lestrade added, "but in this confounded rain, we soon lost their trail. These aren't common thieves, Dr. Watson. They're organised, disciplined, and clearly operating according to a well-established plan." Holmes sipped his tea, his expression thoughtful. The most significant discovery, however, was the confirmation of our theory about the chalk marks. They were indeed being used as signals, but not in the manner we had initially supposed. Watson leaned forward, intrigued. "How so?" "The marks on the lamppost near the warehouse had been altered since Lestrade last observed them," Holmes explained. "When he first noticed them, there were 4 vertical lines with a diagonal slash, ostensibly representing 5 days of continuous rainfall, according to our young informants. But when we arrived tonight," Lestrade continued, "there were 5 vertical lines with the slash, supposedly indicating 6 days of rain. Except it's only been raining for 5 days, Watson finished, understanding dawning. "So either someone miscounted, or the count represents something else entirely," Holmes confirmed. "We believe the marks indicate days remaining until some significant event or operation. The 4 lines Lestrade observed earlier meant 4 days remaining. Tonight's 5 lines mean 5 days elapsed, or, more precisely, 5 days of the operation completed." "And the diagonal slash," Watson prompted. "Likely indicates a specific phase of their plan," Holmes suggested. "Perhaps the storage phase, as opposed to transportation or disposal of the stolen goods. But what about the children's game?" Watson asked. Tom and the others seemed genuinely convinced that the marks were part of a raindrop counting game. "And so they are," Holmes agreed. "That's the brilliance of it. The thieves have co-opted an innocent children's pastime as cover for their signalling system. The marks appear throughout London because children are indeed using them to track rainy days. The perfect camouflage for the few specific marks that serve more nefarious purpose." "So when Tom and the others were sent to Baker Street with their explanation," Watson began, "it was an attempt to reinforce the innocent explanation and potentially divert our attention," Holmes confirmed. "Though I suspect the man who sent them didn't anticipate that we would keep the children here overnight, thus preventing them from reporting back to him." "Which brings us to the figure you observed making fresh marks outside," Lestrade said, turning to Watson. "That was almost certainly one of the thieves, or an associate, leaving an updated signal." "But for whom?" Watson wondered. "And what does it signify that the marks were placed directly across from our lodgings?" Holmes's expression darkened. "I fear it may be a warning or a threat. By now they're aware that we're investigating. The mark outside Baker Street could be their way of saying, 'We know where you live, and we're watching.'" This sobering interpretation fell heavily into the room's warm atmosphere. All 3 men glanced involuntarily toward the sleeping children, vulnerable innocents inadvertently caught up in a dangerous game. "We need to move quickly," Lestrade decided. "I'll send constables to watch all locations where these marks have been observed. If they're being used as a communication system, we might intercept more of the thieves." "A sound strategy," Holmes agreed, "but we must proceed with caution. These men have demonstrated considerable forethought and organisation. They won't be easily trapped." Tom stirred slightly on the settee, mumbling something incoherent before settling back into sleep. The 3 men paused, watching until they were certain the boy remained unconscious. "What of our young guests?" Watson asked quietly. "Could they be in danger?" "The man who sent them here might seek them out, especially if he suspects they've told us about the chalk marks." "A legitimate concern," Holmes acknowledged, though I believe the immediate risk is minimal. From the thieves' perspective, the children have merely confirmed the explanation of the marks as a harmless game, which serves their purpose. Still, it would be prudent to ensure they return home safely tomorrow, and perhaps arrange for discreet observation for a day or two. I can assign a constable to keep an eye on their neighbourhood, Lestrade offered. Inconspicuously, of course. Excellent, Holmes nodded. Now, as for our next steps. He was interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson entered, wearing a dressing gown and with her hair in a nightcap, but looking remarkably alert for the late hour. I heard voices, she explained in a hushed tone. I wanted to make sure everything was all right. Oh, Mr. Holmes, Inspector, you've returned, and soaked through by the looks of those clothes by the fire. We're quite all right, Mrs. Hudson, Holmes assured her, though some of your excellent hot soup wouldn't go amiss if it's not too much trouble at this hour. Not at all, she replied, her maternal instincts clearly engaged by the sight of her lodger and his colleague in their bedraggled state. I kept some simmering, expecting you might need warming up after being out in that dreadful weather. I'll bring it up directly. As she turned to leave, her gaze fell on the sleeping children, and her expression softened. Poor little mites. They've had quite an adventure tonight. Should I prepare breakfast for 5 in the morning, then? If it's not too much trouble, Holmes replied, though I expect our young guests will be returning to their homes after they've eaten. Mrs. Hudson nodded and departed, leaving the 3 men to continue their discussion. Outside, Watson noticed that the rain had lessened further, now falling in a gentle patter that seemed almost soothing compared to the earlier deluge. The storm is breaking, he observed. Perhaps the weather will be more favourable tomorrow. Indeed, Holmes agreed, moving to the window to confirm this assessment, though I suspect we haven't seen the last of the rain. This appears to be merely a temporary respite. He stood looking out at the wet street, his sharp profile outlined against the darkness beyond. Watson knew that pose well. Holmes was deep in thought, his formidable mind working through the complexities of their current situation. I believe, Holmes said finally, turning back to face them, that we should focus our attention on tracking the movement of those crates. The jewels themselves are valuable, certainly, but more significant is the organisation behind the theft. This is not the work of common criminals, but rather a sophisticated operation with multiple phases and participants. Agreed, Lestrade said, but how do we locate the crates now? The trail has gone cold, literally washed away by this infernal rain. Perhaps not entirely, Holmes mused. The chalk marks suggest a predetermined schedule and route. If we can decipher their full meaning, we might anticipate the next move rather than merely reacting to it. Mrs. Hudson returned with a tray bearing 3 steaming bowls of soup and a plate of cold meat and bread. The savoury aroma filled the room, reminding Watson that it had been many hours since their earlier light supper. "You're a saint, Mrs. Hudson," Lestrade declared fervently as she set the tray down. "Merely practical, Inspector," she replied with a smile. "Can't you catch your death after such a night? Is there anything else you'll be needing?" "This is perfect, thank you," Holmes assured her. "We won't keep you up any longer." After she'd gone, the 3 men ate with the quiet appreciation of those who had spent hours in cold discomfort. The hot soup worked its magic, warming them from within and bringing colour back to Lestrade's pale cheeks. "I've been thinking," Watson said as they finished their impromptu meal, "about the man who sent the children here. Tom described him as having unusually clean hands for someone at the docks. Like a gentleman's, he said. Holmes raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did he indeed? That's the most observant young man. It suggests our chalk mark artist is not a common labourer but someone of higher status, perhaps the organiser or financier of the operation. Or someone specifically assigned to maintain the signalling system, Lestrade suggested, a dedicated role within the organisation. Either way, Holmes concluded, he represents our most promising lead at present. A man with clean hands among the dock workers would be noticeable. We should inquire discreetly tomorrow, see if anyone recalls such an individual. The conversation continued in this vein for some time, the 3 men discussing possible approaches and strategies for the following day. As they talked, Watson noticed that the rain had dwindled to a mere drizzle, with periods of complete silence between gentle showers. Tom shifted again on the settee, this time blinking awake with the momentary confusion of one who finds himself in unfamiliar surroundings. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, and then froze as he became aware of the three men watching him. "Mr. Holmes!" he exclaimed, suddenly fully alert. "You're back!" "Indeed I am, young man," Holmes replied with a gentle smile. "Though I must ask you to keep your voice down. Your sister is still sleeping." Tom glanced toward Lily, who remained curled up in the armchair, undisturbed by his outburst. "Sorry," he whispered. "Did you find anything out about the chalk marks? Were they really just for the raindrop game?" Holmes exchanged a brief look with Watson and Lestrade, clearly considering how much to share with the boy. "We did make some discoveries," he said carefully. "It appears that while most of the chalk marks throughout London are indeed part of the children's game you described, a few specific ones may have been used for a different purpose." Tom's eyes widened. "Like secret messages? For criminals?" "Something along those lines," Holmes acknowledged, "which makes your contribution to our investigation all the more valuable. Without your explanation of the children's game, we might not have understood how the more nefarious marks were being disguised." The boy sat up straighter, clearly pleased by the suggestion that he had been helpful to the great detective. "Is that why you went out tonight? To look for more marks?" "Partly," Holmes confirmed. "Inspector Lestrade and I were following several leads related to a case he's been working on. The chalk marks proved to be one piece of a larger puzzle." Tom nodded, processing this information with impressive comprehension for one so young. "Was it dangerous?" he asked, his voice hushed with excitement rather than fear. "Merely wet and uncomfortable," Holmes assured him with a slight smile. "The greatest peril we faced was the risk of catching cold from the rain, which I'm happy to report appears to be lessening." As if to contradict this statement, a fresh burst of rainfall pattered against the windows, though it lasted only a few seconds before subsiding again. "It comes and goes now," Tom observed. "That means it's nearly over. Tomorrow we'll have to start new tallies on the lampposts, 5 vertical lines with a slash, and then a new line to start counting the next rainy spell. 5 lines and a slash," Lestrade repeated thoughtfully. "Representing 6 days of continuous rain, quite remarkable for London, even in autumn. The longest I can remember was 8 days back in '89, Tom offered. My grandfather said there was one that lasted nearly 2 weeks when he was a boy, but I think he might have been exaggerating." This mundane discussion of a rainfall record seemed to relax the boy, drawing him away from his earlier questions about criminal activities. Watson suspected this had been Holmes's intent to redirect the conversation to safer topics, appropriate for young ears. "What time is it?" Tom asked, stifling a yawn despite his evident desire to remain part of the adult conversation. "Nearly 1 in the morning," Watson replied. "Far too late for young detectives to be awake. Perhaps you should try to get a bit more sleep. Morning will come all too soon, and you'll want to be rested for your journey home." Tom looked reluctant, but nodded his agreement. "I suppose so. Should I go back upstairs?" "You seem comfortable enough here," Holmes observed, "and we'll be retiring soon ourselves. If you don't mind the settee, you're welcome to remain." "It's fine," Tom assured him. "Softer than my bed at home, actually." There was something poignant in this simple statement that made Watson's heart twist slightly. He exchanged a glance with Holmes and saw that his friend had also registered the implication about the boy's home conditions. "Excellent," Holmes said briskly, covering the momentary emotional undercurrent with practical efficiency. "Then settle back down, and we'll keep our voices low. Dr. Watson, if you wouldn't mind stoking the fire once more." The night still holds a chill. As Watson moved to add another log to the embers, he reflected on the strange convergence of events that had brought them to this moment. 3 grown men and 2 sleeping children, gathered in the warmth of Baker Street. While outside, the rain finally began to surrender its hold on London. Somewhere in the damp night, jewel thieves moved their ill-gotten gains according to a carefully orchestrated plan, while chalk marks on lampposts served dual purposes, tracking raindrops for playing children and signalling criminal operations for organised thieves. It was, Watson thought as he watched the fresh log catch and flare, precisely the sort of complex, layered mystery that Holmes found most intellectually stimulating, and as the fire rekindled, casting its warm glow over the sleeping children, and the three men deep in quiet conversation, Baker Street once again proved itself a haven, not just from the rain outside, but from the shadows that moved within it. Morning arrived with hesitant sunlight filtering through the lingering clouds, casting a pale golden glow across Baker Street. The rain had stopped entirely sometime in the early hours, leaving London washed clean, the cobblestones gleaming with moisture, the air unusually fresh and crisp. Water still dripped from eaves and awnings, creating a gentle counterpoint to the gradually increasing sounds of the city, awakening to a rare rainless day. Watson, who had dozed intermittently in his chair, was the first to stir as the morning light strengthened. His neck protested the uncomfortable sleeping position with a dull ache that he knew would persist throughout the day. Across from him, Holmes was curled in his chair, having finally succumbed to exhaustion around 3 a.m. Lestrade had been offered Holmes's bedroom, but had instead settled on a pile of cushions near the fire, claiming he needed to remain accessible in case any messages arrived from Scotland Yard regarding the case. The children remained deeply asleep. Tom sprawled on the settee with one arm dangling toward the floor, Lily curled into a tight ball in the armchair, and Eddie, who had joined them around 2 a.m. complaining of strange noises in the spare room, nestled on a makeshift bed of blankets beside the hearth. Watson stretched carefully, trying to work the stiffness from his limbs without making enough noise to disturb the others. The movement, minimal though it was, caught Holmes's attention. The detective's eyes opened immediately, showing none of the confusion or disorientation that most people experience upon waking. It was a trait Watson had always found both impressive and slightly unnerving. Holmes seemed to transition from sleep to full alertness in an instant. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes murmured, keeping his voice low enough not to disturb the others. "I see the rain has finally ceased." "Indeed," Watson confirmed, moving to the window to take in the transformed street below, "and the sun is making a valiant effort to appear." "What time is your appointment with the dock workers?" 9 o'clock, Holmes replied, consulting his pocket watch, "which leaves us ample time for breakfast before venturing out. Lestrade has arranged for several of his most discreet officers to make inquiries about our mystery man with the clean hands." As if summoned by the mention of his name, Lestrade stirred, blinking owlishly as he oriented himself. "What time is it?" he asked, his voice rough with sleep. "Just past 7, Holmes informed him, rising to his feet with feline grace and moving to retrieve his dressing gown from the back of the door. "Mrs. Hudson will be up shortly with breakfast, I imagine. In the meantime, I suggest we avail ourselves of hot water and razors. We'll be more effective in our inquiries if we don't look like vagabonds who've spent the night in a railway station." This sensible suggestion was met with murmurs of agreement, and the 3 men took turns, making use of Holmes's washing facilities, emerging considerably refreshed despite their interrupted night. By the time Mrs. Hudson arrived with a heavily laden breakfast tray, they were presentable enough to receive company, though Lestrade's borrowed attire, a combination of items from both Holmes and Watson, gave him a somewhat eclectic appearance. The aroma of fresh coffee, eggs and toast roused the children from their slumber. Eddie was the first to sit up, his tousled hair standing on end as he blinked in momentary confusion at his surroundings. Recognition dawned quickly, however, and he scrambled to his feet with the resilience of youth. "Good morning, Eddie," Watson greeted him warmly. "Did you sleep well?" The boy nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir. Though I got scared in the middle of the night. The spare room makes funny noises." "Old houses often do," Holmes remarked, setting down his coffee cup, "especially during and after rainfall. The wooden beams expand and contract with moisture, creating all manner of interesting sounds." Eddie seemed to find this explanation satisfactory, and turned his attention to the breakfast tray with undisguised interest. Mrs. Hudson, anticipating this, had already set aside plates for the children, generously laden with eggs, toast, and slices of cold ham. "Eat up," she encouraged, handing Eddie his portion. "Growing children need a proper breakfast, especially after such an adventure." Tom and Lily awakened more gradually, but both were soon sitting up and accepting their own plates with murmured thanks. For several minutes, the room was filled with the comfortable sounds of breakfast being enjoyed, cutlery against plates, cups being returned to saucers, and the occasional appreciative comment about the quality of the food. "Now then," Holmes said once everyone had eaten their fill, "we must consider the day ahead. Inspector Lestrade and I have inquiries to make regarding the case we discussed last night. Dr. Watson, perhaps you would be so kind as to escort our young friends home. I believe their families will be anxious for their return." Watson nodded his agreement. "Of course. Though perhaps we should wait until Lestrade's constables have had a chance to visit their homes and explain the situation. The parents might be alarmed if they've only just learned that their children spent the night at Baker Street." "A fair point," Lestrade conceded. "I dispatched constables at first light, but it may be another hour before they've completed their rounds. Whitechapel is quite a distance from here." "Then it's settled," Holmes declared, rising from his chair with a sudden energy that often seized him when a case was progressing. "Watson will remain here with the children until, let us say, 10 o'clock. By then, their families will have been informed of their whereabouts and welfare. Lestrade and I will proceed to the docks to investigate the mysterious man with clean hands who sent them on their errand last evening." Tom, who had been listening to this exchange with evident interest, spoke up. "Mr. Holmes, sir, may I ask something?" "Certainly, Tom," Holmes replied, his tone gentler than Watson typically heard him use with adults. "Those chalk marks, the ones we told you about for counting rainy days, you said some of them were being used for something else, for criminal purposes." The boy hesitated, then continued with admirable directness. "Were we helping criminals without knowing it? By explaining the game to other children and spreading it across London? It was a perceptive question that revealed both intelligence and a conscience, qualities Holmes had always respected regardless of the age or station of those who demonstrated them." Watson watched as his friend considered how to respond, knowing that Holmes would neither patronise the boy with a simplistic answer, nor burden him with inappropriate details. "Not at all, Tom," Holmes said finally. "In fact, the game you and your friends created provided an innocent explanation that allowed these marks to appear throughout London, without raising suspicion. The criminals merely took advantage of something that was already happening naturally. They adapted their signals to mimic your game, using your creativity as camouflage for their communications." The boy nodded slowly, processing this explanation. "So, we didn't do anything wrong?" "Absolutely not," Holmes assured him firmly. "Quite the contrary. By telling us about the game, you've helped us understand how these criminals are operating. That information may prove crucial in bringing them to justice." Tom's expression brightened considerably at this. "Really? We helped with your investigation?" "Indeed you did," Lestrade confirmed, entering the conversation with an official nod that clearly delighted the children. "In fact, I'd say you've been exemplary civilian assistants to Scotland Yard." This pronouncement was met with wide-eyed wonder from all three children. Eddie in particular seemed awestruck by the idea that he'd contributed to a real police investigation. "When I tell the other boys at school, they'll never believe it," he breathed, his eyes shining. Holmes and Lestrade exchanged a quick glance, and Watson recognised the potential problem immediately. If the children spread the word about the dual purpose of the chalk marks, it could alert the criminals that their code had been compromised. "About that," Holmes said carefully. "For now, it might be best if you didn't tell anyone about the connection between the chalk marks and criminal activity. You see, we're hoping to catch these wrongdoers by surprise, and if they learn that we've discovered their signals, they might change their methods or disappear entirely." The children's faces fell slightly at this restriction on their ability to boast about their adventure, but Tom, demonstrating his precocious understanding, nodded seriously. "It's like a secret mission, isn't it?" he suggested. "We know something important, but we have to keep it quiet to help catch the bad guys." "Exactly," Holmes agreed, seizing upon this framing. "A secret mission is precisely what this is. And just like in the stories of great detectives and their brave assistants, sometimes maintaining secrecy is the most important contribution one can make to solving a case." This characterization appealed enormously to the children's sense of drama and importance. Even Lily, who had been the quietest of the three, sat up straighter with an air of solemn responsibility. "We won't tell anyone, Mr. Holmes," she promised earnestly, "not even our mums." "Excellent," Holmes approved. "Though you may, of course, tell your mothers about staying at Baker Street and meeting Dr. Watson and myself. Just omit the part about the chalk marks being used by criminals. Say that we were simply curious about the children's game you described." This compromise seemed to satisfy everyone. The children were still left with an exciting tale to tell, while the sensitive details of the investigation remained protected. Now then, Holmes continued, checking his watch again, Lestrade and I must be off if we're to make our appointment at the docks. Watson, we'll reconvene here this afternoon to share what we've learned. As Holmes and Lestrade prepared to depart, donning their now dry coats and hats, Watson turned his attention to keeping the children occupied for the next few hours. He was considering what activities might interest them when Mrs. Hudson reappeared, this time bearing the children's clothes, now cleaned and dried. I took the liberty of giving them a quick press, she explained. They were in such a state after last night's rain. And I've mended that tear in your sleeve, young man, she added, handing Eddie his jacket with a maternal pat on his shoulder. The children accepted their clothes with a mixture of surprise and gratitude that suggested such considerate attention was not something they routinely experienced. Watson felt another pang of sympathy for their circumstances, coupled with admiration for their resilience. Perhaps you'd like to change back into your own clothes, he suggested gently. Then we might take a short walk if the weather holds. I believe the rain has stopped completely now. This proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement. The children took turns changing in Holmes's bedroom, emerging in their own humble, but now clean and pressed garments with evident pride. Tom, in particular, seemed to stand taller in his own clothes, as if reclaiming a piece of his identity and responsibility. With Holmes and Lestrade departed on their investigation, and the children properly attired, Watson decided that a bit of fresh air would do them all good after the confinement of the stormy night. The sun had strengthened, burning away the last of the clouds and promising a fine autumn day, a welcome change after nearly a week of continuous rainfall. "Shall we venture out to see if any new chalk marks have appeared?" Watson suggested, knowing this would appeal to the children's interest while also allowing him to observe any suspicious activity around the chalk-marked lampposts. "Oh, yes," Eddie exclaimed. "We can start new tallies since the rain has stopped. And we can check if anyone has already updated the ones from yesterday," Lily added, showing more animation than she had previously. Tom, ever practical, asked, "Should we bring chalk with us, Dr. Watson, in case we need to make our own marks?" "I believe Mr. Holmes has some in his desk," Watson replied, moving to the cluttered workspace to locate the item in question. After a brief search, he produced a small box containing several pieces of white chalk. "Here we are. For strictly legitimate raindrop counting purposes, of course." This addition of a conspiratorial wink made the children giggle, their spirits clearly lifted by both the improvement in the weather and the adventure of being temporary residents at the famous Baker Street address. As they prepared to leave, Watson took the precaution of slipping his revolver into his pocket. While he did not anticipate trouble in broad daylight, Holmes's concerns about the children potentially being targeted by the man who had sent them to Baker Street remained valid. Better to be prepared for all contingencies, especially when responsible for 3 young lives. "Now then," he said, helping Eddie with a recalcitrant button, "we'll take a short walk around the neighbourhood to check on the chalk marks, and then perhaps stop for some hot chocolate before returning to Baker Street. By then, it should be time to escort you home." This itinerary met with unanimous approval. The promise of hot chocolate, in particular, seemed to elevate the excursion from merely interesting to positively magnificent in the children's estimation. As they descended the 17 steps to the street level, Mrs. Hudson called after them, "Don't keep them out too long, Doctor. They've had enough dampness for one visit." "We'll be back within the hour," Watson assured her, touched by her maternal concern for children she had known for less than a day. Outside, Baker Street glistened in the autumn sunshine, the previous night's rainfall having washed away the usual accumulation of dust and soot that characterised London's thoroughfares. The air felt unusually clean and crisp, carrying the scent of wet stone and, from the nearby park, damp earth and vegetation. The lamppost that had borne the mysterious chalk marks now stood innocent of any such inscriptions, its iron surface washed clean by the night's downpour. The children immediately set about examining it, circling the base with the serious concentration of professional investigators. "It's all gone," Eddie announced, sounding disappointed. "We'll have to start fresh." "May I do the honours, Dr. Watson?" Tom asked, holding out his hand for the chalk. "By all means," Watson agreed, passing him a piece from the box. "Though perhaps we should check other lampposts first to see if anyone has already begun new tallies elsewhere." Tom considered this suggestion thoughtfully. "Good idea. If we're the first to start counting the next rainy spell, we should put our marks on lots of posts so everyone knows we invented the continuation." This blend of scientific record-keeping and childish desire for recognition struck Watson as endearingly human. Even in their simple game, the children sought acknowledgement for their creativity, a fundamental need that transcended age and circumstance. "Let's make a systematic survey," he suggested, falling naturally into his role as Holmes's methodical assistant. "We'll check each lamppost along Baker Street, then branch out to the surrounding streets if necessary." With this plan established, their small expedition set off, the children darting ahead with the boundless energy of youth, while Watson followed at a more measured pace, his eyes alert for any signs of surveillance or unusual activity. For now, at least, Baker Street seemed peaceful, showing no indication of the criminal machinations that had occupied them throughout the night. As the children examined each lamppost with diligent attention, Watson reflected on the strange juxtaposition of innocence and criminality represented by the chalk marks. How something as simple as a child's game could be co-opted for nefarious purposes, and how even the most ordinary objects could take on multiple meanings depending on who observed them. It was, he thought, exactly the sort of layered complexity that made Holmes's work so fascinating and so essential. And as he watched the children laughing in the sunshine, temporarily free from the shadows of both the rain and their difficult circumstances, Watson felt a renewed appreciation for his friend's commitment to uncovering truth and restoring order to a world where innocence and corruption often existed side by side, separated by nothing more substantial than a few lines of chalk on a lamppost. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across Baker Street as Watson returned with the children from their expedition. Their walk had extended beyond the original plan, evolving into a comprehensive survey of chalk marks throughout the neighbourhood, and culminating in the promised hot chocolate at a small cafe that Holmes occasionally favoured for its discreet atmosphere and excellent vantage point of the street outside. The children had embraced their role as official chalk mark investigators, with enthusiasm, meticulously documenting the presence or absence of tallies on each lamppost they encountered. To Watson's trained eye, their childish excitement provided perfect cover for his own more focused observations. He had noted several individuals who seemed to take unusual interest in the lampposts. Most were children participating in the counting game, but a few adults had also lingered near the marked posts, studying them with an intensity that suggested purposes beyond casual curiosity. As they climbed the 17 steps to 221B, Watson was greeted by the familiar sounds of Holmes in animated conversation. The door to the sitting room stood partially open, and through the gap Watson could see his friend pacing energetically before the fireplace, hands gesturing to emphasise whatever point he was making to Lestrade, who sat in the visitor's chair looking simultaneously exhausted and intrigued. "Ah, Watson, you've returned," Holmes exclaimed as they entered, breaking off his exposition mid-sentence. "And our young colleagues as well? I trust your investigation of the local chalk marks was productive." "Very much so," Watson confirmed, helping Eddie remove his coat. "We've compiled quite the comprehensive survey. Tom has been particularly thorough in his documentation." The boy beamed at this praise, producing a small notebook from his pocket, a gift from Watson purchased during their outing. "I've recorded the location of every mark we found, sir, and whether it was fresh or faded. Most of the old ones got washed away completely, but there were 7 new ones already started on lampposts between here and Regent's Park." "Excellent work," Holmes approved, examining the careful notations in the child's uneven but legible handwriting. "You have a methodical mind, Tom, a valuable quality in any field of endeavour, but particularly in detective work." Tom flushed with pleasure at this commendation from his hero, standing a little straighter as Holmes returned the notebook to him with a nod of genuine respect. "Now then," Holmes continued, addressing all 3 children, "Inspector Lestrade has received word that the constables have successfully contacted your families and explained the situation. They're expecting your return, and we've arranged for a police carriage to take you home safely. This announcement was met with mixed reactions. Relief at the assurance that their families were not worried, but also evident disappointment that their adventure at Baker Street was coming to an end. "Must we go right away?" Lily asked, her small voice tinged with reluctance. "I like it here." "It's warm." There was something in the simple statement that tugged at Watson's heart. The implication that warmth was not something the child took for granted in her daily life. He exchanged a glance with Holmes and saw a flicker of similar sentiment across his friend's normally composed features. "Well," Holmes said, consulting his watch with deliberate casualness, "I suppose there's no great rush. The carriage won't be here for another hour, and Mrs. Hudson mentioned something about preparing a special tea before your departure. Would that be agreeable?" The children's enthusiastic response made the answer clear. Even Lestrade smiled at their unrestrained delight, the weariness momentarily lifting from his face. "I believe Mrs. Hudson has prepared some of her excellent scones," Holmes added, further elevating the children's excitement to near euphoria. "Watson, perhaps you'd be good enough to inform her that we're ready whenever she is, and Inspector, you'll join us, of course." As Watson went to convey this message to their landlady, he reflected on the unusual softness Holmes was displaying toward their young guests. It was a side of his friend that emerged rarely, a gentleness typically hidden beneath his analytical exterior, but occasionally revealed in his interactions with those he deemed genuinely innocent or vulnerable. When Watson returned, he found Holmes seated in his chair, with Lily perched somewhat hesitantly on the arm, listening raptly as he explained the basics of his chemical experiments. Eddie had claimed the visitor's chair alongside Lestrade, who was regaling him with a carefully edited account of a police chase through Covent Garden. Tom stood by the bookshelves, examining Holmes's eclectic library with the reverence of a scholar in a temple of knowledge. "Mrs. Hudson will be up momentarily," Watson announced, taking in the domestic scene with a sense of pleasant surprise. "She's adding the finishing touches to what promises to be a memorable tea." "Excellent," Holmes nodded, continuing his impromptu chemistry lesson without missing a beat. "So you see, Lily, when the solution turns blue, it tells us that the substance contains copper. It's a simple test, but remarkably useful in certain investigations." The little girl nodded solemnly, absorbing this information with the seriousness of a university student. Her obvious intelligence, coupled with the limitations her circumstances placed on her educational opportunities, struck Watson as a poignant reminder of how many bright minds were denied proper nurturing due to the accident of birth and social position. Mrs. Hudson's arrival with the tea tray interrupted these reflections. The substantial spread she had prepared went well beyond the usual offerings, including not only the promised scones, but also small sandwiches, slices of cake, and a variety of biscuits arranged with artistic care. The children's eyes widened at this feast, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and anticipation. "Now then," Mrs. Hudson said, arranging the teacups with practiced efficiency, "everyone finds a seat. Dr. Watson, if you'd be so kind as to pour. And mind that the children's tea is well diluted with milk. They're still growing after all." The next half hour passed in a scene of unexpected conviviality. The sitting room at 221B Baker Street, more accustomed to hosting tense consultations about criminal matters or Holmes's solitary scientific ruminations, transformed into something resembling a family gathering. The children, initially restrained by awe of their surroundings and company, gradually relaxed into natural childish behaviour, Eddie getting a smudge of jam on his chin, Lily giggling at Holmes's unexpectedly deft coin tricks, Tom asking increasingly complex questions about detective techniques. Even Lestrade, typically all business in his professional interactions with Holmes, revealed a more paternal side, recounting heavily bowdlerized versions of police adventures that delighted the young audience, while carefully omitting any genuinely disturbing details. His obvious skill at this suggested to Watson that the inspector might have experience entertaining children of his own. As the tea things were cleared away and the appointed hour approached, a subtle shift in mood occurred. The children grew quieter, the reality of their imminent departure settling over them. Watson noticed Tom surreptitiously running his fingers over the leather spine of a book Holmes had lent him, a basic primer on observation techniques, as if trying to memorize the feel of it, before having to return to a world where such treasures were inaccessible. "Before you leave," Holmes said, rising and moving to his desk, "I have something for each of you." From a drawer, he produced 3 small objects which he distributed with a gravity that lent importance to the gesture. For Eddie, there was a magnifying glass of modest size but good quality. For Lily, a small notebook bound in red leather with a matching pencil. And for Tom, to the boy's visible astonishment, a proper detective's notebook with observations embossed on the cover in gold lettering. "Every investigator requires the proper tools," Holmes explained as the children examined their gifts with reverent care. The magnifying glass to see what others miss, the notebook to record observations while they're fresh, and the discipline to maintain systematic records of those observations. "Thank you, sir," Tom said, his voice slightly unsteady with emotion. "I'll use it every day, I promise." "I have no doubt you will," Holmes replied with unusual warmth. "You have the makings of an excellent observer, Tom. Perhaps in a few years you might consider becoming one of my irregular assistants. I occasionally employ trusted individuals to help with certain aspects of my investigations." The boy's face illuminated with a hope so pure and powerful that it transformed his features, momentarily erasing the strain and premature maturity that his difficult life had imprinted there. "Do you really mean that, Mr. Holmes?" "I never say anything I don't mean," Holmes assured him with solemn sincerity. "Apply yourself to your studies, continue developing your observational skills, and maintain the integrity you've already demonstrated. When you're a bit older, come see me." This exchange was interrupted by a knock at the door, announcing Mrs. Hudson with news that the police carriage had arrived. The moment of departure had come, and with it, a palpable reluctance from all 3 children to leave the warmth and wonders of Baker Street for the harsher realities of their daily existence. The process of gathering coats and saying goodbyes took on the quality of a deliberately prolonged ritual, with each child finding reasons to delay the inevitable. Eddie suddenly remembering a question about fingerprints he'd meant to ask, Lily needing help with the ribbon of her coat, Tom requesting one last look at the chemical apparatus by the window. Finally, there could be no further postponement. The children stood at the door, their small faces a study in conflicting emotions. Gratitude for the adventure they'd experienced, sadness at its conclusion, and the resilient hope of youth that perhaps such magic might somehow touch their lives again. "Thank you for everything, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes," Tom said formally, assuming his role as spokesman for the group. "It's been the most amazing day of my life." "Mine too," Eddie chimed in, clutching his magnifying glass as if it might disappear if he loosened his grip. "Will you tell us if you catch the jewel thieves?" Holmes exchanged a quick glance with Lestrade before replying. "We will certainly make sure word reaches you about the resolution of the case, though we must maintain discretion about the specific details, of course." This compromise satisfied the boy, who nodded with the serious expression of one entrusted with confidential information. "Remember," Holmes added as they began to descend the stairs, "your mission remains secret. The chalk marks must continue to appear natural and unremarkable to maintain our advantage." "We understand, sir," Tom assured him. "We won't let you down." Watson accompanied the children to the waiting carriage, where a uniformed constable stood ready to escort them safely home. As he helped Lily up the step, she suddenly turned and threw her arms round his waist in a quick, fierce hug before scrambling into the vehicle with a flash of embarrassed pleasure. Eddie followed with a more reserved handshake that mimicked adult formality, though his beaming face betrayed his excitement. Tom was the last to board, pausing with one foot on the step. "Dr. Watson," he said hesitantly, "would it be all right if I wrote to you sometimes? If I notice anything interesting or have questions about detective work?" "I would be delighted," Watson replied without hesitation, genuinely touched by the request. "Address your letters to me here at Baker Street, and I promise I'll respond to each one." Satisfied with this assurance, Tom finally climbed into the carriage. The constable closed the door, tipped his hat to Watson, and mounted the box. With a gentle lurch, the vehicle pulled away from the curb and began its journey toward Whitechapel, bearing its young passengers back to their ordinary lives, now forever altered by their brief intersection with the extraordinary world of Sherlock Holmes. Watson watched until the carriage turned the corner and disappeared from view, then climbed the 17 steps back to the sitting room, where Holmes and Lestrade were deep in discussion of the case. "Ah, Watson," Holmes greeted him, looking up from the map they had spread across the desk. "The children are safely on their way, then? Good. We can now speak freely about our findings at the docks." "You identified the man with the clean hands?" Watson asked, settling into his chair and noting that the room seemed oddly empty without the children's presence. "Better than that," Lestrade replied with evident satisfaction. "We've identified the entire operation. The chalk marks were indeed signals, exactly as Mr. Holmes deduced, indicating days elapsed in their smuggling schedule and phases of the operation." "They were using the children's game as cover," Holmes elaborated. "A brilliant strategy that allowed their communications to hide in plain sight. The warehouse was merely a temporary holding location. The real distribution point is a shipping office near St. Catherine Docks, where the stolen jewels are being repackaged for transport to the continent. And the man who sent the children here? A former clerk turned criminal middleman," Holmes explained. "His hands gave him away, as Tom so astutely observed, too clean for dock work, but bearing the distinctive callus on the middle finger of his right hand that comes from years of clerical work. We've got men watching the shipping office now," Lestrade added. "When the next shipment moves, we'll be ready. With luck, we'll recover most of the stolen jewels and apprehend the entire gang." "And what of the children?" Watson asked, the professional discussion not entirely displacing his concern for their young visitors. "Could they still be at risk?" "I think not," Holmes assured him. "Their involvement was peripheral and from the criminal's perspective served its purpose. They believe the children merely confirmed the innocent explanation of the chalk marks, which works to their advantage. Nevertheless," he added, noting Watson's continued concern, "I've arranged for one of the irregulars to keep a discreet eye on them for the next week just to be certain." This precaution satisfied Watson, who nodded his appreciation for his friend's thoroughness. "They're remarkable children," he observed, "especially Tom, under different circumstances, with proper education and opportunity." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, a rare hint of sentiment colouring his tone. "Perhaps my suggestion about future employment wasn't entirely altruistic. Talent should be nurtured wherever it appears, regardless of social circumstances." The conversation turned back to the details of the case, the three men discussing strategy for the final apprehension of the jewel thieves late into the evening. Outside, the last light of day faded from the sky, and a gentle patter against the windows announced the return of the rain, softer now, almost musical in its rhythm against the glass. "It seems our streak of dry weather was short-lived," Watson remarked, glancing toward the darkened windows. "The children will be starting new tallies on their lamppost tomorrow. And so the game continues," Holmes mused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Innocence and intrigue side by side in the London rain." As the evening deepened into night and the case discussion gradually gave way to more casual conversation, the sitting room at 221B Baker Street regained its familiar atmosphere, the domain of two bachelors accustomed to each other's company and the occasional professional visitor. Yet something of the children's presence lingered, a reminder of the broader world beyond their comfortable rooms and intellectual pursuits. Later, after Lestrade had departed and Holmes had retired to his chemical experiments in the corner, Watson found himself by the window, watching the raindrops trace their meandering paths down the glass. Somewhere in Whitechapel, he knew, 3 children might be doing the same, perhaps using their new gifts to observe and record the mysteries of their own world with freshly awakened curiosity. The rain continued its gentle cadence, creating shadows that danced across Baker Street, shadows that concealed mysteries and illuminated truths in equal measure. It was, Watson reflected as he turned from the window to the warmth of the fire, the perfect metaphor for the curious adventure they had shared with 3 remarkable children from another London entirely, a London that existed alongside their own, separated not by distance but by circumstance, briefly connected by nothing more substantial than shadows in the rain. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of Seoul, the quiet canals of Venice, the moonlit rooftops of Prague, or the breeze-kissed shores of Sydney? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence wrap around you. Let your dreams wander free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.